Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first real day of National Children's Week. We are so excited to have you all here. We're going to have an amazing day of panels and webinars and an awesome experience for everyone who's tuning in right now. My name is Jonah Gottlieb. I am the co-founder and executive director of the National Children's Campaign, and I am so excited to have you all with us this morning. Morning where I am on the West Coast, on the East Coast at early afternoon. Today our theme is climate and environment. And so we have a bunch of great panels for you. The overall, run of show is right here. We have children's environmental health at 1 o'clock. We have Cultivate America and Co-Victory Gardens at 3:30. Elected Champions for Children at 4:30. 4:45 is Schools for Climate Action. And then we'll take a break and come back at 7 p.m. Eastern for our Future Our Fight, the release of a teaser for the docuseries that we've been working on with Principal Pictures, followed by a panel with those involved in the project. So just a quick run through. The panelists, the first panel in just a few minutes will be with Children's Environmental Health with Mustafa Santiago Ali, Dr. Mona Hanna-Attisha, Inslee Obot Witherspoon, Genna, Levi Draheim, and myself. And so stay tuned for events throughout the day. Before we do that, I want to pass it over. We have a quick video message from the dozens of youth from the NCC who have made this whole week possible. And so I want to give them a minute to share their thoughts, why they care so much about children, why they spend the hours they do putting in all this work. We're so happy and proud to have them on our team, and we couldn't do any of this work without them. So without further ado, the Youth NCC organizers.
Our generation has a lot of problems to deal with, which is why I'm passionate about quality healthcare for children.
Fighting factory farming,
mental health awareness,
to make child welfare everyone's priority,
and working towards climate justice, because as a young person, I know just how much a climate emergency will impact my future.
In a sea of misinformation and of hateful rhetoric, every child deserves to tell their story. And through the efforts of the National Children's Campaign, we can fix our broken foster care system.
Vote on behalf of children.
And ensure that children have access to quality healthcare regardless of socioeconomic status.
Because we realize that a climate crisis will change life as we know it, and that if we don't work to find an immediate solution, that America's youth will be at risk.
Fighting factory farming means fighting for a healthier world for everyone.
Because the youth are going to be the ones who are growing up. We're the next generation.
And we deserve a safe and healthy world. To protect children's health, the NCC is
fighting the environmental pollution that factory farms bring into the backyards of lower income communities of color.
And for children, it's important to focus on their mental health so that they can grow and thrive as much as possible.
Climate change is something that lawmakers and politicians are just not taking seriously at all, and they really need to be held accountable, which is why it's so important that youth, such as organizers from the National Children's Campaign, are advocating for these policies and bills that we need.
And that's why we're working
to prevent more kids from calling the streets their home.
A great message from our team who has worked so hard on all of this, all of these panels, all of these programs, fighting for America's children. We are so grateful to them, so thankful for them. Those are just some of the many. The rest were too busy with planning all these panels to send in videos, but we are so grateful for them and so excited to share with you this next week. So next we have a video message. Some of you may have seen this yesterday, but we're going to play it again. It is a video message from the Reverend Dr. William J. Barber II, who is the co-chair of the Poor People's Campaign. So we're, again, so grateful to have him be a part of this week of action and help kick this off.
Well, this is Reverend Dr. William J. Barber II, and I'm with the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, president of Repairs to Breach, and I am honored to join the National Children's Campaign Launch Week. Kimberly, Gottlieb, you have been such a tremendous and passionate worker on behalf of America's children. I'm so thankful for this work that you're doing. I know that this is an opening day, and it needs to be. The truth of the matter is, when the Poor People's Campaign did our audit of America, the first thing we looked at was how was poverty affecting children, racism affecting children, ecological devastation affecting children. There's a nation, the African proverb that says, if you want to know the state of a nation, you ask, how are the children? And in the prophets of the Old Testament, they always said that the nation was judged by how it treated the poor and how it treated the children and the women and the immigrant. The same thing with Jesus. Jesus said, suffer the little ones to come. Well, America is falling short, and we don't have to. We can fix it, but we have to first own it and own the ugly reality that 52% of children under the age of 18 are poor and low income. 38 million people, 38 million children. And when more than half of children do not know if they will have a place to sleep, nutritious meals, safe communities, we are failing our children. We are failing the first provision of our Declaration of Independence, which is to pursue life. We are failing the first provision of our Constitution, which is the establishment of justice and the providing for the common defense, promoting the general welfare. It doesn't have to be this way. We have the money. The money is in our bloated military budgets. The money is in all of the unnecessary tax cuts that we've given. The money is in raising living wages for families. The money is in, instead of giving 84% of every dollar to corporations and bankers during the COVID, we need to take that money and give it to parents and to living wages and health care and to basic unemployment, good unemployment, and rent forgiveness. So we know what to do. But your movement is saying we must know what more than what to do. We have to launch it. We have to stay at it. These are moral issues, and we have to have this campaign. So I am so thankful. I am so thankful to join you on the battlefield for our children, to join you in the fight for a better America. I want you to know that on this day, we also know that our LGBTQ youth represent 5 to 10% of the young people in this country, but between 20 to 40% of the homeless. This is untenable. We cannot accept it any longer. So let's stand together. Let's join hands together. Let's raise these moral issues together. Let's fight them together. Let's pray together. Let's work hard together. And let's transform this nation. We really need a third reconstruction in this country. And that reconstruction has to include changing the reality of poverty and the lack of health care for our children. Because as the proverb says, you want to know how the nation is? Ask the question, how are the children? God bless you. I love you. Thank you so much. Take care.
Amazing words again from the Reverend Dr. William J. Barber. We are always so honored to have his voice, have his presence, and have his moral leadership for America's children when we are engaging in this work. We're just about to kick off the first panel, but before we do, I just want to give a quick shout out to all of our amazing partners who are now on the screen. You will see videos from these partners throughout the day and throughout the week. They've been instrumental in putting together these panels. Big shout out especially to our media partners, Parentology and Goal 17 Media. We are super lucky and grateful to have them on our side, on our team, helping us fight for America's children. So a big shout out to all these partners who have done so much for National Children's Week and for America's children in their own work. And then, of course, for Goal 17 Media, they are also the producers of our podcast, Our Future Now, which you can get on every streaming platform wherever you listen to your podcast. It's hosted by myself and Natalie Meagan, our National Children's Campaign Vice President of Public Policy and Government Affairs. And so if you want to tune into that, please check it out. We have new episodes every Tuesday. We had a great episode last week and another amazing one that will be dropping tomorrow evening. So please check those out. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our first panel. Again, I'm going to throw the schedule for the whole day on the screen one more time, just so everyone has a chance to take a look at that, mark their calendars for the important events. We'll between each one, we'll also have other videos, so don't go away. And yeah, we are super excited to get started. And yeah, so without further ado, children's environmental health. Hey everyone, welcome. Today we have a super awesome panel on children's environmental health. We have some amazing guests from some awesome organizations, and I'm super excited to engage with them and let them share their lovely wisdom with you all this morning. We have Genna Reed, the lead science and policy analyst from the Center for Science and Democracy at the Union for Concerned Scientists, and the author of Endangering Generations, which is a new report about children's health and the Trump administration's assault on science. We're also joined by Mustafa Santiago Ali, an environmental justice activist, a former EPA advisor, and the advisory board member for the National Children's Campaign and Union for Concerned Scientists. We have Dr. Mona Hanna-Attisha, a pediatrician, a professor, a public health advocate, and an author whose research helped expose the Flint water crisis. Levi Draheim, the youngest plaintiff in the Youth v. Gov Juliana versus United States, represented by Our Children's Trust, and Inslee Obot Witherspoon, the executive director of the Children's Environmental Health Network. Thank you all so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
So first, Genna, you recently, as I said, authored a report that delved into how the Trump administration's assault on science is harming young people. Could you elaborate on a few of the most egregious examples?
Sure, and thanks so much for having me on this panel. Honored to be among all the other panelists. So as Jonah mentioned, we at the Union of Concerned Scientists released a report earlier this year which found that the Trump administration decisions at large, many of them ignoring the science or neglecting to use science to justify them, are putting children and families in immediate danger, threatening their long-term health of many, and also stealing the futures of this generation and others to come. And these impacts will be felt most among already vulnerable communities, hitting children of color and children from low-income households first and worst, exacerbating many long-standing inequities that we have seen long before the Trump administration, though the Trump administration is making things worse. And you know, being a mom, I would do anything to protect my daughter, and I like to think that the federal government can help me do the things that I am unable to do, like make sure our water is safe to drink and make sure our air is safe and clean to breathe. So it's particularly egregious to me that this administration has done so much to undercut the futures of so many kids across the country. And this is something that we have been tracking at the Union of Concerned Scientists on our website over the past few years, is just the many ways in which science has been undercut or ignored, or scientists at some of these agencies have been completely censored. Some have been stopped from doing really important work to study environmental health, many in vulnerable communities that really need assistance, and in order to adjust for some of these inequities. And some of the issues covered in the report that others on this panel will also speak to are a combination of both direct and immediate and also long-term threats. And so real quick, so some of the immediate threats are the weakening of air pollution standards that we have fought and won on long ago and have been doing a really good job of actually protecting and making sure that our air is safe to breathe. And so that is what's one very immediate, very direct, very acute threat to children's health. And especially as, I think it hits really hard right now as we're thinking about COVID-19 and the threat that people already exposed to air pollution regularly have an exacerbated threat to the respiratory issues associated with COVID-19. Another direct and immediate threat is the Trump administration has reduced coverage of food assistance to millions of kids, forcing parents to have to make decisions about picking where they're going to get their food from and making sure that food is on the table for many. Some longer term threats that this administration has failed to protect us from are air toxins, water toxins, all sorts of environmental contaminants that this administration has failed to ban despite a strong body of evidence that supports their regulation or banning. Some of these chemicals include the insecticide chlorpyrifos, which is a known toxin specifically to kids, asbestos, lead, and PFAS, which is a water toxin and is affecting drinking water across the country. And then finally, climate change. This administration has done very little and has ignored the science on all of the threats that we face as a result of climate change. This is something that is going to be dramatically felt by kids. And kids growing up today will experience the most dire consequences of climate change despite bearing no responsibility for the problem, which is something we can't allow to happen. So those are just a few examples from the report of the ways in which the Trump administration has really undercut its features.
Thank you, Genna. So Mustafa, I know that Genna just touched on, specifically how Black and Brown communities are particularly impacted by the issues raised in the report, but especially now in this moment of kind of these dual crises with police violence and the murder of George Floyd, as well as the disproportionate impacts of COVID-19 on Black and Brown communities. How are these issues impacting marginalized groups?
Yeah, so maybe we should just anchor it in the reality of what's really going on. So racism is killing the planet, and the Trump administration is exacerbating that. So I never say that President Trump created racism, but he has weaponized it in the policies and actions that they've been moving forward on. So when we say, I can't breathe, we're talking about the policeman who puts his knee on someone's neck and eventually the life leaves their body. But we're also talking about when Tamir Rice, someone who was a child, that police felt that it was all right for them to jump out their cars and kill him and take his life. So we understand the racism that exists in our policing system. When we say that I can't breathe, we're also talking about Black and Brown and Indigenous communities and lower wealth white communities where we continue to place everything that no one else wants. We make them the sacrifice zones, the dumping grounds. And when we do that by placing all these fossil fuel facilities and other emitting facilities into these communities, as was shared, then we create these long-standing chronic medical conditions that give us everything from liver and kidney disease to lung diseases to cancer clusters, which make us more vulnerable to COVID-19, which also is saying I can't breathe because it literally, when you have the virus, it is literally just constricting the life breath out of your body. And the Trump administration has played a role in a number of these things by not standing up and making sure that there was true police reform, which they had the opportunity to, by actually lessening and stopping the enforcement in all communities, but especially in our most vulnerable communities, which again makes folks more vulnerable because people are allowed to pollute at whatever levels that they choose to, because there's no responsibility, there's no accountability that's in that process. And then, of course, with COVID-19 and the impacts that have happened in our communities where Black and Brown people are dying at 2 and 3 times the rate of white brothers and sisters, and not getting ahead of the problem, and then not making sure there's the proper testing that has to happen inside of our communities, and not addressing the fact that we have medically underserved areas and that we've got physician deserts, over 20 million people who are living in those. And we have other folks, you know, who are going to share, who can take us deeper and deeper into this process. But it goes back to systemic racism. It goes back to those individuals making decisions about how much someone's life is worth or how much someone's life is not worth.
Mm-hmm. I think that really resonates, you know, with so many folks around the country, especially in this moment, as I think the nation and the world is acutely aware of these problems. And I think, you know, that's thanks in large part to some really great activism by a lot of folks around the country who are raising this issue and have been doing it for years. So Mona, I know that, you know, your community in Flint is a great example of the government just, you know, playing right into this racist system and exacerbating and directly contributing to this racist system by ignoring and, you know, oppressing a, you know, historically underserved community. Can you talk a little bit about your work and specifically how you've seen the children in your community impacted?
Yeah, and first off, thanks for having me. It's great to be on this panel. I love and respect all of you and the work that every single one of you do every single day. So it's great to be here and share some of my thoughts with you. So Flint is kind of that, you know, that signature environmental disaster of our time. I think all of us are looking at those pictures of literally brown and yellow and green water coming out of people's taps. And for so many people, they looked at those pictures and they literally turned away. And they chose not to see. And they chose not to care about that community because maybe those people didn't look like them, or they didn't know them, or they weren't their neighbors or their family members. And that speaks to so much of what is happening right now and what has been happening for generations in our country, a blind eye to these injustices. And Flint was this extreme example and continues to be of an environmental injustice where people knew and people saw what was happening, yet they closed their eyes and turned away and literally covered it up for quite some time. And for a year and a half, there was contaminated water that was poisoning the potential of our children. And, you know, as much as the story of Flint is kind of the story of an absolute environmental public health crime that was committed against some of our most vulnerable people. I mean, the population of Flint is majority minority. We have a 70% child poverty rate. There's a long history of injustices in our community, and very similar to many communities. And I think that's really important because I think what we're seeing right now, why we have this moment that's turned into a movement, is because so many more people are respecting history, where we talk a lot about respecting science. And I think we also need to respect history, because for too long we have been a nation that has been ahistoric. We've chosen to close our eyes also to anything that was dark and uncomfortable in the histories of our places. And Flint, like many of our communities, had a legacy of racism, of injustices, of you know, racist banking practices and redlining, of a city center that created wealth, that highways that cut through African American neighborhoods that extracted that wealth, and regional lack of regionalization that prevented that wealth from being redistributed. So this is a common story in many of our communities that have set up these conditions that have led to these injustices, as we saw in Flint, where it was a city that lost democracy and an emergency manager decided to save money by changing the water source and didn't listen to the people and didn't listen to diverse voices at the table, and ignored the voices, the very competent and loud and, you know, voices that were saying something was wrong, and then also then continued to just disrespect science, as we've also talked about. So as much of that story is that story of a crime, the stories of Flint is also a story, and really I feel like a playbook of resistance and hope. And that is a story that we absolutely need right now in every corner of this planet. We need more folks to open our eyes to these injustices, to learn the histories of where we live and kind of the policies and practices that have made them the way they are. And it's also an amazing story of what can happen when unexpected teams of folks come together. Moms and dads and pastors and activists and kids, students, journalists, scientists, doctors come together and humbly work together to challenge the status quo. So the kind of the take home that I want you to go away with is that, yeah, there's bad things happening everywhere. They've been happening for a long time, especially in this field of environmental injustices. But there's absolutely something that we can do about it. And that's why I am so inspired and so hopeful by this movement that is happening now, because I see, like I saw in Flint, people who stood up on behalf of our children and said, hey, we've had enough and we can do better than this. So if anything, kind of go away with that lesson that it doesn't have to be the way it is. And we have this amazing power within us to make a difference.
Thanks, Doctor. And now I hate to do this, but putting you back now talking about these bad things, because you are, a pediatrician and, have really studied children's health. And so if you could just touch on briefly, how did you particularly see the impacts of lead poisoning on children in your community?
So that's the sneaky thing about lead and most environmental toxins. You don't really see the impact right away. It's often invisible, silent. It has a long lag period from when you're exposed to something, when you can actually see the symptoms. So you really have to have some kind of training in environmental health or public health, or you have to have robust investment in public health surveillance programs and primary prevention to make sure that these toxins aren't in the environment and thus not affecting children. But we very much clearly know the science of what, for example, lead does, and that's what was leaching out of our pipes into our water, into the bodies of our children. And it is probably the oldest and most well-studied neurotoxin. It is a poison. Incredible science has taught us now that there is no safe level of lead. The story of lead in and of itself is great history. It's dramatic. It's also filled with racism, especially in our underserved communities, and an industry that was driven by profit, that hid data, that instilled doubt in science, that attacked scientists. It's a playbook that has been followed by industry really for decades. You can go back to the 1930s and what they did with sugar and tobacco and asbestos and coal and PFAS, and the list goes on and on and on of this playbook that industry has manipulated to allow the unchecked use of chemicals and really poison generations of children. So we know what lead does. We know it's bad. And we now know through incredible science that there's no safe level of lead, yet it was clearly in our water. And my research showed that it was also increasingly in the bodies of our children. So we fought back with more science, more teamwork, more activism, exposed that, and finally got the state to concede that there was a problem. However, it was backwards. I never, ever should have had to do that research to see that there was, lead in our kids' blood. Just knowing that it was in our environment, in our water, even the potential of it should have ended our crisis. So like so much of what we're seeing, including this pandemic, we are often reactive rather than proactive. We don't focus on prevention. We don't respect science. We don't respect the scientists. We don't respect the folks on the ground who are the first to recognize that something is wrong. So many of the lessons of Flint are the lessons that are playing out right now with this current public health crisis.
Thanks, Mona. I completely agree with all of that. And definitely we are seeing, just this assault on science, this assault on children, and this just perpetuation of these systems that have just been in place since the founding of America and in our society around the world. And so I think that it's, a beautiful and long overdue thing that people are finally rising up and following the lead of these organizers who have been leading this fight for years. And I know that, a lot of your work, as obviously executive director of the Children's Environmental Health Network, focuses on children and environmental health. So I'm wondering if you could also talk about how you're seeing these, issues that we've talked about play out specifically among children, and what policymakers can do to defend children, whether that's talking about pollution or climate change.
Yes, thank you. And again, much kudos to my friends and colleagues here, and so appreciate every act that you all are taking on behalf of all children. I mean, at the end of the day, children's health directly connects with everything going on around us today. It's so interconnected. We'd be hard fast to try to separate any of these issues. COVID-19 is not the first virus that we will have, and to endure it, it certainly will not be the last. So preparedness and taking key decisive action is key to protecting our public's health, but of course, most importantly, the most vulnerable, like children. And in similar fashion, climate change, I believe, is our next COVID-19. The writing is on the wall, is right before us. We are not taking the decisive actions. And I fear with great urgency that we will all reap, but especially vulnerable populations like children, the elderly, immunocompromised, and on, will suffer the brunt of those consequences if we don't get our act together. And yet, of course, looking around us, we also have to look at the incredible injustice that has been here in this country in particular, especially among Black and brown children living in low wealth communities. And directly, you know, they are in dire straits or in line of fire of so many critical public health outcomes. But I want to talk about the mental and emotional trauma that is realistic and that is real in these communities, and that these communities have been shouldering for decades and inevitably passing along unknowingly, because you're in that constant mode of survival to the next generation. And what we are seeing displayed in our streets, I believe, is just enough. It's enough. We just can't, our communities cannot continue to suffer, and the kids behind us seeing that suffering without there being some serious repercussions and actions. So talking about climate change in particular, because I really do believe that's one of the biggest issues. There are so many issues we deal with, but climate change, again, if we don't have a climate to live in, or our next generations are not here, everything else will not matter as much. So again, all of those connections that I just talked about are directly also seen when we talk about being magnified with the implications of climate change. So some of the direct implications that have huge peer-reviewed science behind it to show casualties, injuries, again, increased trauma, and this is during all kinds of extreme weather patterns, which are only increasing and will continue from time to come. Many families, again, are barely able to handle and sustain a $1,000 emergency in the United States. So imagine what that's like on a regular day, that level of stress, and then how it's magnified with, you know, uncourse action happening and major changes to your regular course of daily life, going to school, going to childcare, going to work, and just figuring out where the next meal is coming from. Increased morbidity and mortality, you know, increased heart diseases and respiratory diseases and all kinds of vector-borne diseases. And back on the mental health outcomes, increased domestic violence during crisis situations. We've already seen this during the COVID epidemic. Increased child abuse situations, increased calls to the Poison Control Center, mourning the loss of loved ones, not being able to be there next to your loved ones. I mean, all of these current things we're dealing with have serious implications, and that's before the changing climate also is having its impact. When we talk about indirect concerns, because as far as I'm concerned, they're just as important, there's increased incidence of all kinds of parasite diseases and intestinal infections due to breaking down of our water supply and also limited access to water, and then scarcity of food. You know, these are very real realities that communities are dealing with right now. We have food deserts. We have major areas where you cannot turn on the tap and feel good about giving your child a glass of water that is not going to potentially harm them down the road. I mean, we have some serious challenges here, and these will only be exacerbated. And then, of course, increased morbidity and mortality from air pollutants in the air, right? We have forest fires that are already starting. We already have that season starting. Hurricane season has already started this year. All of these changes will further exacerbate our air, not to mention our traffic patterns and whatnot. So what can policymakers, for example, do to protect their kids and protect their children of today and the next generations? First of all, listen to your greatest experts, your community members. They know best what they are dealing with. They know what is right, what is wrong, what is normal. They know how they're feeling. They know how their neighbors are doing. That is a huge asset that we need to make sure that we actually listen and consider them some of our greatest assets and experts. Take immediate action to mitigate climate change by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, such as carbon dioxide, and cleaning up our transportation in particular that has a direct implication to our air pollution. Focus on child-specific vulnerabilities and the needs that children have looking at climate change current policies, plannings, and the responses, because a lot of them currently do not include the vulnerable considerations of children. Build a strong economic case for mitigation by ensuring that the true costs of climate change are considered. And that is including the full individual and societal costs of childhood illness, which again, usually get unnoticed and certainly don't get quantified. We need to be integrating environmental justice considerations into climate change planning and adaptation, and recognizing all the high risks that I've talked about earlier have true implications and present a whole magnitude of communities that are even higher risk than the rest of us. Investment in and implementation of preventive strategies to protect children from harmful impacts of climate change, like surveillance and early warning systems. We need to continue and increase our support for state and local health departments. If we haven't seen during COVID-19 the dire need of our health departments to have capacity is money, but it's also trained staff. And you need to have both in order to do your job well. We need to get serious about making sure that our health departments have any and all that they need to be the best stewards of our public's health. And that also includes mitigating climate change. And then we need to be considering the co-benefits of our policy. So reducing harmful emissions, also promoting public health, like clean energy, energy retrofits, healthy food production, regenerative farming techniques, and smarter community design, all have many other wonderful health benefits, but also mitigate climate change. So at the end of the day, everyone is protected, but even more so when we think about the vulnerable populations like children and create a protective buffer there, it's a better scenario for all of us and a much more ethical and moral one as well.
Absolutely. I think that something that you said really, stuck with me is that the climate crisis is already exacerbating the COVID-19 pandemic, especially. I'm from Northern California. We've gone through these huge wildfires now the past 3 years. We're planning on it again every year. And so just waiting until October, November now, counting down the days. But I have friends who are immunocompromised because of the smoke damage to their lungs from the past 3 years. And so they're uniquely at risk of death or serious illness because of coronavirus, because of the climate crisis, because of these wildfires. And so I think that we're already seeing that. And as we all know, it's only getting worse and it's only going to continue to get worse unless our government, does exactly what you said and stands up for everyone, especially our generation. So Levi, I know that, you are also a frontline youth. You are, from a barrier island in Florida, and you are, of course, in your, amazing self, the youngest plaintiff on the Juliana v. U.S. Lawsuit that's, standing up and demanding that the government actually prioritize our generation and think about our rights to a livable planet. Can you talk a little bit about the case?
Yes, so the lawsuit that I'm part of, there is 20 other youth plaintiffs. We are suing the U.S. government for their actions to cause climate change. So the U.S. government has known about climate change for over 50 years, and they have still continued to take action, endangering our generation and our future. And I joined the lawsuit when I was 7 years old in 2015. And I knew that I needed to do more. I mean, I used to I still do, go to protests for cleaner water. We protest the red tides, the fish kills. And I wanted to do more. And when this lawsuit came around, the minister at my Unitarian Universalist church in Brevard County, Florida, he heard about the lawsuit. He follows many different environmental causes online, and one of them was Our Children's Trust. And he heard about the lawsuit, and he goes, "Hey, I think I know somebody who would like to be part of the lawsuit." And he went and he found my mom, talked to her about it, and then she asked me if I wanted to be part of the lawsuit, and I immediately said yes, not really knowing what that would entail. And when I fully was able to understand it, after she explained, she wouldn't let me join until I actually knew what I was getting into. And even then, we still didn't fully know what we were going to get into. We thought that the case would be dismissed within a couple of months or even as long as a year. And here I am, I'm 12 years old now, and the lawsuit is still going on. And it's been an amazing experience. There's been lots of ups and downs. I've met so many amazing people. The other siblings, the other people in the lawsuit are like older siblings to me. And I'm finally going to be able to get a real sibling coming up here in a few days. And so I'm super excited about that. But the fact that I'm going to finally have another sibling has given me a lot more fuel to add to the fire that is pushing forward with this lawsuit, because I have even more reason now to fight against climate change so that my younger sibling will be able to have a future on this planet and and I will be able to tell them that I did everything I could to fight against climate change.
I think that, Levi, when I hear that and I'm just like, he's 12 years old and he's, talking about fighting for someone younger than him. And then at the same time, I'm 18 years old, and when I'm doing this work, I'm doing it for people who are, your age. And then so I'm just imagining what our other panelists are thinking of me, saying that, and just, having these relationships, having people in our lives being the reason that we're fighting, I think is so important, and, helps us remember that amid all the, the hours of Zoom calls and, meetings and the late nights, working on policy and everything like that, we're in it for people at the end of the day, and we're in it to improve people's lives, especially the lives of children, because, many of us aren't able to stand up for ourselves. So I think, for folks at home, remember to, keep thinking about the folks in your life that you're fighting for, and use that to motivate you and guide you and keep you in this fight. So I'm wondering, we can go back to all our panelists. Actually, I think it would be nice if people could just share quickly why they fight and who they're fighting for. Genna, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, so thank you. I fight for my daughter, who's nearly 2, who I realized when I became a mom that there's nothing that was going to stop me from giving her the best future that I could possibly give her. And that means a just world and a thriving planet. And I will do everything in my power to secure those things for her. So that's what I'll be doing by your side and by all the other kids who are so inspiring out there on the streets protesting all of the inequities that we're seeing every single day in this country. And so you inspire me. I fight for my daughter. I fight for my family. I fight for all of you. And I'll be fighting as long as it takes.
Mona?
Yeah, same. I fight for our kids. As a pediatrician, I ground myself every single day in the why. Why do I wake up in the morning? Why did I go to school forever to be a doctor? Why am I on this call? All these whys. Why do I wake up? Why it's always the kids. And I ground myself every day in our children. I wish our kids could vote because I think the world would be different. I think we should work to lower that voting age. But until they can vote, it is our duty as the older folks in the room to work on their behalf and to create really a world that we have yet to see, where our kids have that fair shake, where their life course trajectory is not bound by where they live or their color of skin or the country of origin or who they love or the list goes, or their drinking water source or their school district or their state of birth or their parents' income. So it is our duty, and especially mine as a pediatrician, like I literally took an oath to protect kids. But it is our work to make sure that is afforded to every single one of our children, who we should all be treating like our own children.
I think that's perfect. And say, how about you?
So I have the complete honor of saying July 6th of this year will be my 20th anniversary at the Children's Environmental Health Network. And believe me, you'll hear all about the year of how I want to just leverage kids with that milestone. But anyone that's known me would know that from the time I've thought about career and focus and life passion, it's always been children, and it's been vulnerable children. And I'd also add in the whole group of our essential employees in this country. The essential employee who didn't have the opportunity to make a choice about staying at home during the largest pandemic of our lifetime prior to polio, the essential worker who would love to have had the luxury of being there to shadow and serve as the at-home teacher, learning with and maybe going through the challenges with their child or children, but again, had to miss out by going in and taking care of our needs. And the fact that they are there even beyond COVID, they are there every single day for us. And there's so many of them. So it's the combination of that vulnerable situation of, not having the living wage you need or deserve to make the decisions that you need to make for you, your health, your well-being, the people you love when you need it most, and having, that whole tug of war going on between what you have to do versus what you might like to do or what you probably should do for your health and well-being. And the kids that are involved in that and seeing that. So it's the kids, but it's our frontline agricultural workers, our frontline grocery store workers, our, name our healthcare professionals, and on, who continue to be the backbone of this entire operation called the United States of America. So there's a bunch of folks in there. It's the kids, it's the next generation. I'm in awe by Levi. I am in awe by every single young person who rises, stands up, takes a knee, makes their voices heard, and is not worried about who's listening. It's all about their personal motivations for the just and equitable and sustaining and safe, healthy world that we're all aiming for.
Amazing. I think that's exactly right. Is none of these issues exist in silos. And so, we could completely, eradicate gun violence, and then the government could still poison a child through their drinking water. We could, completely solve the climate crisis, and a child could still be, discriminated against by their school district for their sexuality. And so when we're fighting for kids, we can't just fight for them on one front. We need to fight for the entire child and not just single issues. So Levi, I think, you're our last person here. You talked about, new sibling on the way, but, maybe you could talk a little bit about your home and why that's so important to you in this fight.
Yeah, so I used to live on a barrier island off the east coast of Florida, where I would experience flooding, and we were constantly getting hit by hurricanes. And I live in Florida, and so, as you may know, there's a lot of hurricanes, and there has been being more and more hurricanes, and I've been evacuated from my home 2 times now. Wait, no, 3 maybe? I'm not entirely sure the number. But I've been evacuated from my home because of hurricanes, and that is a really, really scary thing, because the first time I was about 8 or 9, and it was really, really scary for me because I've never experienced a hurricane at the time, and I had to leave my home, pack up all my belongings that I had a connection to, and put everything else that was electronics, anything expensive, up as high up as we possibly could, because oftentimes you get a lot of water in your house. And we were lucky enough that we only got a very, very little amount of water. It just came in past the doorway, and then it came back out, and you're lucky then. And I didn't know if we were going to come back to our house because we were off the barrier island. I didn't know how hard it was getting hit, and I was lucky enough to our house to ride through the storm, but other people weren't so lucky. And there has been multiple fish kills in the Indian River Lagoon, and I just want to be able to protect this beautiful place where I live. And we moved off the barrier island because, one, there's a baby on the way, and so we need a bigger house, and also because we were afraid that that there might be more hurricanes and that barrier island would flood. And around the year 2050, if we continue on the trajectory that we're on, the barrier island in the state of Florida could very well be underwater. And I want to be able to show my younger sibling and my kids, if I do have kids, this beautiful place where I live, where I like to surf and boogie board, where I have gone on boat rides, where I've grown up and played. I want to show them those same places and be able to have them have that experience, showing them baby sea turtles hatching out of eggs and going down to the beach, and mother sea turtles laying their eggs, showing them dolphins. I want to be able to show them all these things, but if climate change continues, then we're not going to be able to do that.
Yeah, I think that is, the most jarring thought is that while you're still in your 40s, your childhood home could be underwater. And definitely, I think that fuels, certainly I know that fuels you, that fuels me. I'm sure that fuels everyone. And for folks at home, again, find what fuels you and get involved. So I just want to go to our panelists. First of all, thank you all so much for being on. This is always a fabulous group to talk to. I love each and every one of you very much, and I'm huge fans of all of you. So any last notes and action items? How can people support you in your work?
Well, Dr. King shared with us that I cannot pass legislation to make you love me, but I can pass legislation to make sure that you don't lynch me. And as we fast forward that today, that means that we need to be engaging in that process to make sure that we are addressing these egregious actions that have happened in the past. And that means that all of us have to get engaged in the civic process. Doesn't matter if we are 6 years old or if we're 96 years old, our vote matters, or our advocacy and making sure that those who can vote actually do it, and that they are actually electing folks who care about our communities and are willing to stand up and to be held accountable for the choices that they make. So with that being said, we know that we have power unless we give it away.
Thanks, Mustafa. So how can folks support your work? I know that you've been, you are, very big on, the National Wildlife Federation team. You're an advisor to National Children's Campaign and Union for Concerned Scientists. How can folks support your work and the work of people like you?
Well, if you want to support my work, then support frontline communities. Make sure that you are checking out those environmental justice organizations and networks that are all across the country, and figuring out, get in where you fit in. Folks are focusing on different types of issues, but all of it is coming back to the point of making sure that communities speak for themselves. So bring your skills and talents, but come in an authentic way that you want to collaborate with folks. And if you want to follow more of what I'm doing, you can go to MustafaSantiagoAli.com.
I think Mustafa made a really great point, which is that everyone needs to exercise their civic duty and rights and democratic rights and get involved, hold our elected officials accountable, let them know that we're watching them and that we are demanding that they're prioritizing kids. And as you said, all these issues are interconnected. We need to advocate not just for environmental health, but for housing and income equality and all sorts of the stopping of police brutality. There's all sorts of issues that we need to be focusing on and advocating for, and letting our elected officials know that we are on top of them on all fronts. And especially that they should be prioritizing kids' health over polluter profits and other industry profits, because as Dr. Mona mentioned, there's this industry playbook that has been actively trying to manipulate science and deceive us for decades on all of these different issues. And we need to end that and make sure that experts and decision makers are listening to the science and not to those individuals who just want to deceive and spread misinformation. And if you'd like to check out the report that we touched on today, called Endangering Generations, How the Trump Administration's Assault on Science is Harming Children's Health, for all of the examples I mentioned and more, and for ways to take action, you can go to act.ucsusa.org /endangering and share the information on social media. Check out our resource guide, which has all sorts of actions you can take from all of our many partners on this work. There's so many different organizations, especially environmental justice organizations, that we need to amplify all of the efforts that are being done in communities across the country on these very issues. So please get involved, and together we can work to make sure that kids' health and of all sorts of issues impacting kids is prioritized by decision makers.
Thanks, Genna. Dr. Mona?
Yeah, I would just like to echo what Jonah said, like find your thing, find your passion, find what keeps you up at night, what makes you mad, what makes you unable to sleep, what makes your heart race. Is it the planet? Is it the climate? Is it the water? Is it reproductive rights? Is it immigration? Is it child separation? Is it the dismantling of regulations? Is it racism, police brutality? The list goes on and on and on. Like, but find your thing. Like, what do you care about the most? And then find your people. You're not alone. Sometimes I think that many of us feel like we carry the weight of the world on our shoulders, but there's so many folks out there that care about the same things that you care about. So find them. They're out there, they're vocal, they're organized, they're loud, they've been doing this for a while. And then you're a team. And when you're a team, you can absolutely accomplish anything. So find your issue, find your team, find your passion. Take care of yourself. This work can be really hard and exhausting and overwhelming. And there's a lot of ups and downs. Levi mentioned that roller coaster. So be sure to take care of yourself, take breaks, find joy in your work. I pinch myself every day because I get to do this work. So make sure that you're doing something that you love. And when that passion and that excitement and that love is gone, then maybe it's time to think about something else. So make sure that your passion is still there. Make sure that this work is actually making you well rather than the opposite way around. And put your energy and your dollars and your advocacy to whatever you want. You don't have to fund anything that I'm involved in or that anybody talked about. Just find your thing and realize that you can absolutely make a difference in that thing.
Awesome. Thanks, Doctor. And say?
Yep, I would say vote, please vote, inform yourself and be a change agent yourself. There's a lot of misinformation out there. There's a lot of these issues that we're talking about that are hardly ever on anyone's campaign platform. That has to change. And I believe the momentum is swinging that way. The Children's Environmental Health Network, to check it out. There's a lot of things to talk about. We've drilled it down to 5 core deemed key priority children's issues. Learn the issues yourself, ask questions. Some of us are here to help, and bring those issues to your candidate of choice. And I'm talking about local election candidates as well. We have to keep this going, right? We know our local elections are just as important as this national one. Excuse me. Second, I would say we have Children's Environmental Health state profiles. 3 of them are out right now. 3 more are coming out. We hope to get to all 50 states. These are there for everyone to utilize. Use it as an engagement tool with your policy leaders, your faith leaders, your community leaders. See how your state measures up when it comes to different indicators of protecting kids when it comes to the rest of the nation. And we've tried to make this not a dismal story. There are some great stories out there, some great modeled examples. Every single state has a positive. Maybe we don't hear about them as much, and we are trying to lift those up. And finally, Children's Environmental Health Day is every second Thursday of October, Child Health Month. This year it's October 8th. It's probably going to be a lot more virtual than normal, which is fine. It allows us to spread our wings and even go international. It's a day of action for, with, and on behalf of our youth and our children, learning from, but also sharing wonderful activities that are happening across the country. Everything counts. A meeting with a policy leader and a PTA, planting trees, you name it. It all counts. It's all beneficial. And if we could be doing it with youth, even better. But at the end of the day, all of it counts to help increase the health and well-being, the emotional and mental well-being that we've been talking about during this whole discussion. So it's my honor to be here in any way that the Children's Environmental Health Network and myself individually can be helpful to any of you out there, steer you, connect you, help introduce you, lift up your expertise and your skill sets, whatever we can do, we're here. Thank you.
Amazing. And Levi, final thoughts and ways people can support your work?
Yeah, so some ways that you could help support my work is if you go to ourchildrenstrust.org, then there you could learn a lot more about the lawsuit, and they have whole lists of ways that you could help. And there's like just little things that all help as well, like turning off the lights when you're not in your room, turning off the bar while you're brushing your teeth, take shorter showers. Any little thing that you could possibly do that would help, do that, because it's the thought that counts. And we need as much support as we can get. And like I said, ourchildrenstrust.org, they have lists of ways that you could help. And we all need to stand together and be strong through this time of crisis and do whatever we can to help with the climate movement, fighting against racism, everything. We need to stand together and be strong.
Thanks, Levi. For folks at home, I just want to offer a quick correction. It's youthvgov.org
That was the old link.
to get involved. Yeah. Did it change?
No, the one that I said was the old.
Yeah. Okay, I'll cut that out. Yeah, so for folks at home who want to get involved with Levi's work, go to youthvgov.org. It'll be on the screen as well. Be sure to check out and support all of Levi's work. So thank you all so much for joining us today. Thank you to our wonderful panelists and to everyone at home watching. Please get involved. If you are a young person, get the adults in your life to commit to voting, to commit to taking action, and taking action on the issues that impact you. Make sure they know where you stand on the issues that directly impact your life, and make sure that they're doing everything they can to fight for you and to fight for our generation. To the adults, please register to vote. Please get the other adults in your life to do the same. Stand up on behalf of the youngest and most vulnerable Americans, and we can get through all this together. Thanks, everyone, and have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, what a great panel. That was obviously pre-recorded. This is not, the world's fastest costume change, but so great to have everyone on that panel. Just to reiterate, we have our vote tripling program in place right now. So we want to challenge all of you to triple your vote. And so that means if you're an adult, we want you to register to vote. Link right down here, bit.ly/strike-then-vote, and then encourage 2 other people who are able to vote to register to vote and commit to voting for kids. And then if you're a young person, you can still be a part of this too, and we want you to also triple your vote, but because you can't, you have to get 3 people in your life to commit to registering to vote and voting on your behalf. So please have these conversations with the children in your life, with the adults in your life. Make sure that they're showing up and they're voting, and they're not just voting for anyone, but they're voting for the person who they believe will best serve our youngest generation. And so next up, we have a super awesome panel, or sorry, not panel, a presentation from all our amazing partners who have submitted videos, musical performances, videos from elected officials, and we are just so grateful to have them sharing these things. Before we do that, I'm just going to put the schedule back up on the screen for one quick moment, just so that folks can see what events to be tuning into for the rest of the day. And so now we are ready for our next event, Children's National Children's Week Partners and Allies. So we're super excited to have them sharing their wisdom. We're going to start off with a musical performance from Youth versus Apocalypse. Enjoy.
I need to know that my voice is not screaming for help under a flooded society, that it is being heard, not just to be heard, but to be taken seriously. I need wealthy policymakers to stop putting my future up for profit. I need to know that the beautiful scenes I am privileged to witness can be admired by my grandchildren and future generations to come. I need them to stop because we sure as hell won't. La naturaleza es belleza, entonces deja que se quede así. Because to protect her is to protect us. I just need a livable future. Is that too much to ask?
Let them know they can't throw us away, no. Let them know they can't throw us away, no. Let them know they can't throw us away, ay. No one is disposable. Let them know they can't throw us away, no. Let them know they can't throw us away, no. Let them know they can't throw us away, ay. No one is disposable.
COVID and climate change ain't far from the same. People in the margins disrespected and blamed. They put oil and gas infrastructures where we play, contaminate the land, air, and the rain. Our health in a game, our lungs are inflamed. Stuck in a cage with a severe corona case. Displaced by the climate while they profit from our pain. But I don't see them treating their children the same way. Hey, they try to bury me, but don't know I'm a seed. We are seeds, 16 flourish, with no ID. No one is disposable. We are capable, rooted like a vegetable, and taking back the time to give it to my people. Want everything equal, no government's free throw. We know how to water the roots. Need no politician telling us how to do it. Need no politician telling us how to
Let
do
them know they
it.
can't throw us away, no. Let them know they can't throw us away, no. Let them know they can't throw us away, ay. No one is disposable. Let them know they can't throw us away, no. Let them know they can't throw us away, no. Let them know they can't throw us away.
Don't they know?
No one disposable.
Tried to bury us, didn't know we were seeds. Frighten us, expecting us to retreat, recede, fall back. Shut up, sit down. We rooted here and breaking ground. Concrete roses and dandelions from summertime. We fly the wind with wishes of our family riding, rising high, carry them up to God's ears. Divine beings, we know that God hears. See the system writhing, crying, fighting for its last dying breath. It rather pillage till there's nothing left, and paradigm shift to the left. Like sharing wealth will be the kiss of death. Well, I got a news flash for you folks. Our youth are ravenous savages, and they ain't gonna take no more. So kiss your billions to sleep tonight, cause come morning time, we gonna retrieve our birthright.
Let them know they can't throw us away, no. Let them know they can't throw us away, no. Let them know they can't throw us away, ay. No one is disposable. Let them know they can't throw us away, no. Let them know they can't throw us away, no. Let them know they can't throw us away, ay. No one is disposable.
Burning bright with hope and love. Sexism, racism they throw at us.
You can throw us into dirt and darkness, but just like a plant, we grow through the soil and towards the light.
Controlling us as if we are property. Though they try to change us, we are unbreakable.
You have forgotten what happens when we unite. Together we are strongest and we will fight. We need a livable future and not just for the wealthy.
They look at us with greed-filled eyes, afraid of our strength.
The toxic pollution you dump into the air is like poison and makes us all unhealthy. I'm fighting for my sisters and brothers in Mother Earth. I'm sorry that you have forgotten her worth.
It depends on our people understanding how important our voices and thoughts are. Because unlike before, we refuse to be silenced. I'm fighting for a world where people will be prioritized over profit. A world where we no longer have to fear poverty, immigration, white supremacy, racism, sexism, homophobia, and other truly ugly things in this truly beautiful world. I stand with those who continue to be systematically silenced and whose presence seems to be dismissed. For those who have been here for centuries long before us and continue to be exploited and misrepresented. I stand with the indigenous leaders who are filled with knowledge but are constantly mistakenly spoken for.
Hi, I'm Becca Wright. I'm the editor-at-large for Parentology, and when we started the site a year ago, our intention was to serve as a platform to help families and adults navigate the digital world. And over the course of a year, what we discovered is we needed to be coming to you to hear what you wanted us to know about your lives and issues and things that are important to you. So we have recently been focusing on that in a section called Youth Voices, where we do spend some time listening to your opinions, your perspectives. They're so powerful, and we're so lucky to have access to hearing that. And the same goes for this week's National Children's Week panels, where we can really tune in to what you have to say and listen. So, congratulations as you get started, and we can't wait to hear what you have to say. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Isabella Falahi. I'm a 17-year-old climate justice activist, and I'm the co-founder of Polluters Out alongside my friends and fellow co-founders Helena Gualinga and Aisha Siddiqa. We founded Polluters Out, which is an international coalition of climate justice organizations from around the world, because we see it as of vital importance for the survival and longevity of the climate movement that we collectively unionize in order to fight for our future and in order to truly take on the power of the fossil fuel industry and the ways in which they influence our banks, politicians, universities, world leaders, and climate negotiations like the Conference of the Parties and UN climate summits. We did this because when Helena and I attended COP25 in Madrid, we noticed that no matter where we went, the conference was controlled by the fossil fuel industry. Executives from Shell, BP, Iberdrola, Endesa were all over the conference on panels, sponsoring it and having their own pavilions, as they call them. And that's just what we see in the foreground. We don't even see what goes on in the background, which is where you have hundreds of representatives from the fossil fuel industry collectively influencing our world leaders. And that is why we decided that it is time for the climate movement to unionize and to come together to truly take on these representatives, because it seems like many of us have different demands, different focuses, different methods of change, but none of that's going to matter unless we truly come together to create this change together. We are stronger when we are united than we are when we are divided. And as cliche as that sounds, cliches are cliches for a reason. And so we have over 50 plus organizations that are a part of this coalition from around the world. And what we're doing is we've led several campaigns and cyberstorms since we were founded sort of in the wake of the COVID-19 epidemic. We've had Twitter storms towards Shell and Adani, and we've also had Twitter storms towards BP and Exxon, and we've even gotten responses from many of these conglomerates. And so in particular, what we're seeing is a real response to when we come together and we focus our efforts. Our most recent campaign is Defend the Defenders, which is a 8-week-long campaign in order to support and bring awareness to environmental defenders and indigenous peoples around the world who are on the front lines of combating these extractive industries. And oftentimes they are murdered or brutalized as a result of this. So by doing so, we are not only having webinars and live streams and creating videos and content that raises awareness, but furthermore, we are also having cyberstorms so that the world can act in solidarity with these communities, because posts simply aren't enough. After the Defend the Defenders campaign, we are planning to regroup and as a coalition, because it's so important that we are constantly in sync and with one another, but there are going to be many more plans in the future. And what I really do think that Polluters Out allows for as a coalition is we understand that we only have 10 years left. And we're fighting not just for those that are on this planet right now, but for generations to come, and for more, and for us as children and our children and their children. That's who we're fighting for. We can only do this as a united front against the most greedy and corrupt industry in the history of the world. Thank you.
The Environmental Health Project is honored to support National Children's Week, and we applaud these young people who are taking action to protect the health of the planet. Here at EHP, we strive to make a healthier life for children who live in the shadow of fossil fuel development. Natural gas wells, processing plants, and pipelines release tiny particles, radiation, and toxic gases that are potentially dangerous to our health. They can raise our risk of developing asthma and issues with our hearts and nervous systems, and they may even increase our chances of getting cancer. They can make our planet hotter and our air smoggier too.
It should come as no surprise that women and children are most vulnerable to pollution, environmental degradation, and climate disruption that comes from the extraction and consumption of fossil fuels like coal, oil, and fracked natural gas. Any pediatrician, in fact, any parent, will tell you that children are not little adults. The differences that make infants, children, and teenagers unique also make them more vulnerable to damage from environmental toxins. Children spend more time playing outdoors, typically in the grass and dirt where pollution settles. Young children tend to put everything in their mouths, toys, dirt, dirty hands and fingers, where toxic chemicals can be ingested. And every parent knows how difficult it is to get kids to wash their hands before putting food in their mouths. Children's bodies experience rapid growth and development. Rapidly developing organs like the brain are especially susceptible to chemical pollution, and that can have profound impacts on cognition and behavior. And their immature immune systems can have a hard time getting rid of those chemicals. Children also have a longer shelf life than their parents and grandparents. That means that they have many more years ahead of them to develop symptoms from environmental pollution and chemicals. Pediatricians like me, and most parents too, understand that poor health in childhood increases the likelihood of poor health in adulthood. We know that 30 years from now, children will live in a world shaped by the choices we make today. For all of our kids and our grandkids, everything depends on how wisely and how quickly we choose to end our dependence on fossil fuels like fracked gas and chart a different course for a safer and healthier future.
EHP provides fact-based research and unbiased data to communities and their leaders, much of it focused specifically on the health of children, at home, at school, and at play. We also suggest actions parents can take to better safeguard their children from the effects of fossil fuel development. EHP knows that children represent our future. As these amazing young people join together to protect our planet, please join us in protecting them.
To not act on climate change is to steal the futures from our children.
We are choosing to take our fate back into our own hands.
From 2008 to 2018, an estimated 175 million children were negatively affected by weather-related disasters as a result of climate change. This number will only rise in the coming years if we continue to stay complacent during this climate crisis.
Addressing the climate crisis is absolutely pertinent for children and youth because my generation and younger are one of the first to feel the impacts of the climate crisis, and we are the last who can still do anything about it.
And that means fighting for meaningful climate action to protect the safety of children.
The impact of natural disasters on the physical and mental health of children is too often disregarded in conversations about climate change.
The youngest generation has grown up with the possibility of a sixth mass extinction on the horizon for our entire lives.
So one of the manifestations of the climate crisis is in climate disasters, of course, and in frontline communities like mine in Houston, we get inundated with a lot of climate disasters, hurricanes, floods, and these have a really particular impact on children and young people because of the disruptions to school, because of the disruptions to home life, and the traumatic experience of having to deal with these disasters and both suffer the disruption of life that they cause, but then also suffer the emotional turmoil, suffer the mental health impacts. And so the climate crisis influences the way that children are growing up, their fear of rain, their fear of kind of just the things that other generations have experienced as normal, and this causes lifelong impacts.
That's why 0 Hour is partnering with the National Children's Campaign to fight the climate crisis and ensure children's rights to clean air, clean water, and a livable future.
We demand action now to protect the lives and futures of children across the globe.
Hi, my name is Supriya Patel, and I am the Partnerships Coordinator at Earth Uprising. Earth Uprising is a global youth-led climate education organization. One of the issues that I advocate for is climate justice. I'm especially passionate about this issue because as a young person and as a teenager, I am acutely aware that I will live to see the worst effects of the climate crisis. In particular, I'm actually really passionate about the impact of the climate crisis on the global South. The first time that I learned about the climate crisis was actually when I went to India for the first time, which is where my grandparents are from. And I was just shocked by the sheer amount of pollution there. And as a person with asthma, I really struggled to breathe during a lot of my trip. And I just couldn't fathom how children had to live with toxic air and how they had to breathe in that air every single day. Because unlike me, those children couldn't just catch a flight back home to California. The climate crisis disproportionately impacts the global South, despite the fact that the global South actually has the smallest role in causing the climate crisis. And that's something that I find really unjust. And a lot of the times in climate conversations, we don't focus on countries besides the United States. We don't focus on the countries in the global South who are already feeling the effects of the climate crisis. Because for countries like India, the climate crisis isn't an impending disaster. For countries in the global South, the climate crisis is already a reality. They're already feeling the effects of climate change in their communities.
Hello and welcome. My name is Elizabeth Brandt.
My name's Valencia.
And we're with Moms Clean Air Force. We're an organization of more than 1 million parents taking action on clean air and climate change because we know these issues impact our kids. We're here to welcome you to National Children's Week and to encourage you to take every kind of action to better the lives of the children in America because they are our greatest resource. I became involved with Moms Clean Air Force when I was pregnant with Valencia, and I realized that I couldn't be a mom and not take action on climate because truly the change that we're anticipating in the climate in her lifetime is staggering. So as a parent, part of my responsibility is helping to ensure that she can have a healthy climate to look forward to. And we are also active on air quality issues. I personally grew up close to a copper smelter, so I experienced arsenic pollution and pollution in the air and soil that has impacted my family's health. That's not a reality we want for any American child. Environmental regulation is about making sure that our children don't have to experience these same things that we might have experienced in our lives. So in particular, MOMS has been very active on mercury pollution. The mercury toxic standards is very important to us. It is a regulation that has decreased mercury air pollution by 80% in the last several years. And the Trump administration has been attacking this law. They're trying to bring back the problem. We know that mercury pollution greatly impacts the lives of children, causing them to have lower IQs if they are exposed before they're born, causing intellectual disabilities. And this really truly impacts hundreds of thousands of American children. So this is something that we just have to stand up for as parents. We can't allow our American children, our greatest resource, to be tarnished in this way, to have their future dimmed by these problems. I want to encourage you to take the most important step you can ever take for the environment as an environmentalist. It's just to vote. Please vote in the November election. Please vote with all of these issues you're going to learn about during National Children's Week in mind. That is the most important thing you can do on almost all of these issues. I also encourage you to learn more and take more action.
And mercury is either a life with it, without it, or death with it.
That's true. Mercury pollution is very, very serious.
And every vote counts.
Yes, we want you to vote. Kids, if you're watching, I want you to encourage everybody you know to vote in the November election and maybe take you along to see how it works too. With that, we're going to leave you. Thank you so much. Please learn as much as you can and do as much as you can to help America's children. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I wanted to say Happy National Children's Week and to thank all the youth activists, nonprofit organizations, and volunteers who are working tirelessly during this time. It's your energy and dedication that will help us turn around some of the biggest problems we face as a planet, like the climate crisis. I've been super inspired by youth activists like Greta Thunberg, Shia Bastida, and Vanessa Nakate, who understand that climate is life or death. This is the most existential threat that we face, and that we only have 10 years to really turn this around. So I ask everyone to reflect in gratitude this week for all of the hard work and dedication these youth have been able to galvanize across the world. It's up to us to meet them there with the climate solutions and convert apathy and complacency into action. Thank you, youth, for all of your hard work, and happy National Children's Week.
My name is Isaac Vergun, and I'm 18 years old, and I'm from Beaverton, Oregon. I'm also a plaintiff on the federal climate lawsuit, Juliana versus the United States. As a 13-year-old, I had no idea how to get involved in the climate crisis. I wasn't old enough to vote, and I knew that my government wasn't accurately representing youth in their legislation, which is why I decided to join this lawsuit, where myself and 20 other youth plaintiffs from across the country are suing our federal government for violating our rights to life, liberty, and property by allowing the promotion, extraction, and use of fossil fuels while also promoting an unstable and unsustainable energy system. We are asking the courts to demand our government to create a national science-based climate recovery plan that takes into account our global emissions. Scientists say that our CO2 emissions need to be below 350 parts per million by 2100 if we want to experience 1 degree Celsius or less of global warming. But I just turned 18, and many children aren't 18, and youth aren't 18, so they don't have a voice in this issue, which is why I joined this lawsuit. I decided to take action because I have asthma, and out here in the Northwest, Pacific Northwest, there's been a lot of frequent wildfires and prolonged wildfire seasons. The smoke has really impacted my lungs on multiple occasions, and it's prevented me from going outside. But I'm just like 2 million other children across this country who have asthma, and that will also affect them the same way that it does affect me, which is why I joined this lawsuit. But the adults of our government, our elected officials, aren't doing enough to solve this issue. They are handing down to us a broken system, a broken energy system, and a broken planet, and it's up to us, youth, to solve it and to fix this crisis. which is why I decided to join this lawsuit. We need to hold our elected officials accountable, which is what we are seeking for in this lawsuit. So I'm asking for your help too. We can't do this without people's help. And so right now, I would like you guys to take a few minutes to sign up for a couple things. So you can sign up for this first thing, which is just for updates about our lawsuit and future amicus briefs that you guys could sign on to. You can sign on at youthvgov.org/join. And better yet, go contact your Congress members or local elected officials and ask them to endorse this lawsuit in some sort of way by doing a social media post, for instance. That would be cool on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, wherever they have social media. That would be great. You could also go to youthvgov.org/Congress4, like the number 4, Juliana, to tweet, call, or email a Congress member. Like I said, ask them to publicly endorse this lawsuit on social media. You can also ask your congressperson to co-sponsor our congressional resolution recognizing children's fundamental rights and climate recovery, which is very important. I lobbied on the Hill about that this past February, and it was such a great experience, and everyone should do the same, even though we're in this corona state of emergency. Calling them would be very much appreciated, and emailing them. So in this resolution, it recognizes that youth are disproportionately affected by the climate crisis, and it impacts our economic opportunity, our health, and our fundamental rights as children and youth across this country, and asks to promote this science-based climate recovery plan. And lastly, 3, I want you to sign on to future amicus briefs in support of this case, which will be put out on both of those signups. Also, if you're part of an organization, we would like you to ask your organization to endorse this lawsuit, and also feature amicus briefs and sign on to those as well. In conclusion, we need your help, and we are in a state of emergency. And also, youth have a voice, and youth need to be heard in court. We need to have our day in court, which is why I'm asking you to sign up for these things. My name is Isaac Vergun. I'm 18 years old, and I'm a federal climate plaintiff.
Hi everyone, Delaney Reynolds from Miami here. Monday afternoon, Judge Carroll of Florida's Second Circuit Court ruled to dismiss our climate change case with prejudice, and in doing so told my fellow plaintiffs and me that youth should rely on the political process to protect our constitutional rights, rather than expect that the courts enforce our established laws. Needless to say, the other youth plaintiffs and I are deeply disappointed with the judge's decision. We came to the court because the political process had failed Floridians for far too long, and that needs to change. At the end of the hearing, when Judge Carroll provided his decision, he said, and I quote, "I do think I'm being asked to solve a political question." Quite frankly, I could not disagree with the judge's comment or opinion more. The threats that our environment and communities all over the state of Florida face are not political in nature. In fact, what we are asking Florida's judiciary to do is to require our government to follow established laws that have long been in place and are designed to protect our atmosphere, oceans, and climate, as well as our lives, liberty, and property. It is unacceptable that the concerns of Florida's youth, including many who cannot even vote, be so diminished. In fact, it's shameful. Their concerns, their futures should not be diminished or politicized. It is also unacceptable that today's youth be forced to inherit a political process that has been contaminated by generations of adults before us. A history that has caused this problem and that places significant portions of Florida at dire risk as our political leaders overlook laws designed to protect us and instead choose to support the polluters that embrace fossil fuels and their profits over Florida's future. Although we are disappointed with the outcome of the recent hearing, I want you to know that we remain deeply dedicated to solving our climate crisis and to protecting Florida and our planet. We look forward to the next step in this process by amassing an excellent appeal before the First District Court of Appeals, and we'll keep you posted on our progress. Until then, I do hope that you will consider joining young people all over Florida and the world by working to solve our climate change crisis before it's too late. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chet Monday, and I'm the Director of Youth Engagement with the March for Science. It is my priority within my organization that we amplify youth voices and direct traffic to their initiatives that are happening around the world, because the youth today are making plans for the future of the youth below them. Because for the first time in generations, we're looking out for what comes next and what comes in the future, because no one prepared this future for us. So now it is time for us to reform these systems that have been broken for years for the children ahead of us. And we hope that they too will pass on this tradition of standing together for the next incoming generation. There are so many ways we can do this. We must empower our youth to fight the systems that have been broken for years. The prison system, the healthcare system, our policing system. There are too many ways that our government has failed us and failed to deliver us true democracy. So it is up to us to give the mic to those youth around the world who see the holes in democracies and any other type of government and know how they want to make actual change. We must attack this through healthcare, through education, and through government. We must empower these youth. And please, if it is in your power to hand the mic over or build a podium for someone somewhere who has great ideas for change, please do it.
Hi, I'm Wendy Lazarus, and I am co-founder of Kids Impact Initiative. When you think about it, there's nothing that makes a bigger difference in what the future of our country is going to look like than giving our kids what they need at this stage so that they can become the leaders and the healthy, thriving young people that they have potential to become. But there's more than that that should compel us to focus on kids. It's a matter of basic fairness. Every child enters this world with boundless potential, and it's our job as a society to make sure that no matter where they live or who their parents are or the color of their skin, they have a chance to reach their full potential. But kids haven't gotten a fair shake, and things were not all right with kids even before the pandemic, and the situation is more urgent for many more children now. Just as examples, the suicide rate among young people aged 10 to 14 almost tripled in the past decade. And more young people die from guns than combined number of deaths to the military and to the police. And then there are the challenges that face even many more children of being hungry, being homeless, not getting the education that they need. So we started Kids Impact Initiative a few years ago. I had been on the front lines of doing advocacy for my whole career, trying to influence decisions that were made about where funding went and urging that the right amount go to kids, what programs were going to serve them best. But when we started Kids Impact Initiative, we stepped off the front lines to say, how can we help support those of you who are doing that hard work? We decided to focus on two areas. One is how can we collectively strengthen our hand at motivating, pressuring our elected officials, whether at the federal, state, or local level, to think very hard about how those important decisions they make are going to affect kids. Kids don't have the political clout that many other constituencies have, and together we do have the ability to up our game in terms of holding policymakers accountable. Second is we're eager to support young voices. We're eager to support youth leaders. We've seen tremendous leadership and what they can do in the area of gun safety, in the area of climate action. And this has been true really over many, many years. In fact, it was a little over 100 years ago that a 14-year-old girl testified before Congress and explained what it was like to labor in the fields as a 14-year-old. It was a vivid picture she painted, and with a lot of organizing over the next 10 to 15 years, we as a country made tremendous progress with our child labor laws, maternity care for pregnant women, childcare, schools. So we have all the ingredients today, 100 years later, to make the next decade a major set of advances for children to help them all thrive. And at Kids Impact, we're eager to join all of you to make those good things happen for kids.
It's time to be woke. I'ma stand up for you. 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 Sit back and listen. Be alive. If it's not about you, then you know why. Everyone is different, no one's the same. From gender to color, to how we pray. Ask yourself, do I say your name right? Ask yourself, are you really alright? Ask yourself, did you get your turn? Ask yourself, is there more for me to learn? Ask yourself, what do I stand up for? Ask yourself, do I want to do more? Ask yourself, am I woke? If you're woke, stand up, speak up. I'ma stand up for you. I'ma stand up for you. Come on, y'all, sing it. I'ma stand up for you. 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 To be together and stand as one. Gotta wanna know each other. Everyone, it takes my courage and my fierce love to bravely stand up and defend someone. Ask them now, do I say your name right? Ask them now, are you really alright? Ask them now, did you get your turn? Ask them now, is there more for me to learn? Ask them now, or can I stand up for you? Ask them now, or can I do more for you? Ask yourself, am I woke? If you're woke, stand up, speak up. I'ma stand up for you. 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 I'ma stand up for you.
I will stand up for you. I'm right here.
Stand up for you, yeah, yeah.
I will stand up for you. Have no fear.
Stand up for you, yeah, yeah.
I will stand up for you every day.
Stand up for you, yeah, yeah.
I will stand up now. I know the way.
Stand up for you, yeah, yeah.
I will stand up for you. I'm right here.
Stand up for you, yeah, yeah.
I will stand up for you. Have no fear.
Stand up for you, yeah, yeah.
I will stand up for you every day.
Stand up for you, yeah, yeah.
I will stand up now. I know the way.
Stand up for you, yeah, yeah.
Stand up.
Hi, I am Lisa Hiley. I am the co-chair of Rock the Future School Readiness Outcomes team, and I'm here today to share with the current ways that we in Rochester, New York are lifting and engaging issues of childhood. Our work here in Western New York is rooted in decades of action to promote high quality early childhood care and education. Our work, as well as that of the National Children's Campaign, remains focused on strong, equitable, responsive, healthy, and supported starts for each child, what they deserve. Today's Rochester-based work is based on a framework of ready child, ready family, ready community, and ready schools. Our particular intentions for fighting for issues of childhood include reimbursement rates for children with disabilities that are too low and unchanging, and therefore reducing access to necessary developmental services. Further, we're thinking about cost-sharing options for child-serving organizations to allocate funds to children and families by reducing overhead costs. We are also engaging in Grow Your Own initiatives, thinking about partnerships from high school through college, so we can use the vast and vibrant resources, human resources of the Rochester community to work here in the Rochester community. We are implementing developmental screenings for children 12 months to 5 years to monitor and screen children's development, to pair them with developmental services, enrichment opportunities, or other offerings that may promote and support their whole child development. Finally, we're focused on babies. We recognize the importance of that prenatal to 3 time in each child's life by promoting infant mental health principles across services here in Rochester, by scaling home visitation to meet the needs of diverse families, and promoting maternal child health initiatives. Finally, we are focused on advocating, training, and supporting for culturally and linguistically responsive curriculum, teaching, and instruction. Through collective impact and cross-sector work across health, education, social services, and the community, as guided by and informed by parent voice, we too are advocating for issues of childhood.
Hello, everybody. My name is Devin Neal Palacio, and I'm a school board member from Phoenix, Arizona, and I'm also the chairman of the National Black Council of School Board Members. And I want to thank you all for joining us at the National Children's Campaign Summit. This is an amazing gathering, and although we're dealing with the challenges of a pandemic, everyone still found a way to come together to discuss such important topics on how we can be better advocates for our youth, better advocates for our communities, and most importantly, better advocates for ourselves. And so I'm just extremely excited to have the opportunity to connect with each and every one of you. I got involved for many reasons, but one of those reasons was because of this little girl right here. Say hello, Ayana.
Hello.
So this is my daughter. She's 9 going on 10. And I got involved because I wanted to impact her future in a positive way. I wanted to leave this place better than what I found it. And so the one way I did that was by becoming engaged, becoming active, becoming civically engaged. So I went from becoming a community organizer. Then after that, I worked on a few campaigns. Then I ran for office myself and got elected to school board. And so, listen, I'm just here to let you know that it doesn't matter what age you are. Even if you're not 18, your voice still matters. You still matter. You can use your voice to shape this election. Talk to your parents, talk to your friends. Let them know we want clean air, clean water. We want better schools. We want higher paying jobs. Let them know. You don't have to be 18 or over to make change. You could start today. You could start right now. And so let's do this. We have an important election coming up in 2020 that's going to shape really the future of your generation. So let's make sure that everyone out there is participating and voting and using their voice. And so, Ayana, do you have anything to say or that you want to say to the folks out there attending the summit?
I want everyone to vote for my future, please.
There you go, folks. So vote for her future. Vote for your own future. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Genna Reed, and I'm the lead science and policy analyst at the Center for Science and Democracy at the Union of Concerned Scientists. And I am honored that UCS is a partner to the National Children's Campaign and that we get to be a part of this week of action for National Children's Week. I believe firmly that we need to leave behind a more just and safer world for those that come after us. I owe it to my daughter. We owe it to all future generations because too many before us have failed to do so. At UCS, we work to advance science-based solutions to some of the world's most pressing problems so that generations to come can live in such a world. We're fighting to hold fossil fuel companies accountable for their decades of disinformation about climate science and the climate damages they have wrought. We're pushing for sustainable farming practices to repair our broken food system. We are continuing to make substantial progress on clean energy, clean transportation, and climate solutions. We're partnering with organizations on our Science Rising effort to increase voter turnout in the scientist community and foster a scientific community that fights for equity and justice. At the same time, we're up against an administration that sidelines and undermines science, posing a serious threat to the bedrock laws that protect our health, our democratic system of government, and our planet's ecosystems. We released a report earlier this year called Endangering Generations that listed out all of the many ways in which this administration is ignoring the science, and the result of that is that children's health is harmed. Some examples of that is rolling back air pollution standards that have been working to clean our air for decades, failing to acknowledge the science and take action on climate change, failing to regulate and ban particular environmental contaminants that we know are risks to all of us, but especially kids. And all of these actions stand to hit communities of color, Indigenous communities, and low-income communities hardest, exacerbating long-standing inequities. All of these actions are unacceptable, and we are committed to standing with the National Children's Campaign, the youth movement, environmental justice communities, to advocate for policies that prioritize kids' health and a democracy that hears you. Let's go fight, win.
Hi everyone, I hope you all are doing well. My name is Daphne Prakash, and I'm a member of One Up Action's Partnerships Department. As a youth-led nonprofit supporting marginalized youth combating the climate crisis, we provide resources to take direct action within your communities, mobilize youth in hyperlocal climate locations, and make scientific climate solutions a reality by providing microgrants to young POC working on science and/or technological solutions. The climate crisis is an issue for younger generations. We will be the ones affected by climate change. The legislation and policies implemented in local and federal government affect the trajectory of our futures. One Up Action works to uplift youth voices amid the climate crisis to provide solutions for this desperate issue.
One Up Action's core values lie in the strength of community, serving the greater good, a stern belief in people's power, inclusivity, and equality for all. Everyone is affected by climate change. To provide a voice to everyone, we provide underdeserved neighborhoods with resources, funding, and the support that's needed to start a chapter. The chapters are encouraged to implement projects to increase sustainability and conversation. Within the science department, One Up Action uplifts youth-led innovations through microgrants.
One Up Action offers opportunities to youth to participate in sustainability within your community. Our 4 distinct programs allow for individuals to get involved within a multitude of possibilities. From our direct climate action program to the community science program, opportunities for environmental community engagement are available. We as youth need to mobilize and come together to build unity because conquering climate change requires unison action. One Up Action is unique as we provide networking and workshops for leadership development. Youth are ignored in the climate conversation when it comes to implementing government legislation. Yet, One Up Action offers the programming to create youth climate commissions within your local communities, because youth voices are integral in accomplishing our goals. Creating a body of students to provide comments on environmental legislation will guide governing bodies to write active policies that mitigate greenhouse gas emissions and implement sustainable initiatives.
Youth are the next generation, and we are unafraid to create change within our communities. Change is coming, and we as Generation Z are determined to rewrite history that ensures our planet is protected. We are One Up Action, a voice for environmental activists and a platform for civic engagement. One Up your action with One Up Action.
It's National Children's Week. My name is Heidi Little, and I am the co-founder and director of International Children's Month, which is June. We're thrilled to find out about National Children's Week and about the youth raising their voices. We've spent the last 8 years empowering youth internationally to do exactly that, uniquely them, their gifts, what they believe to be true and right and good. We believe that if we embody and feel what it feels like to feel love, care, and respect inside of ourselves, we're going to make very different choices with the way that we are with our families and our communities and our world. We believe that if we take care of our children and our youth, we'll take care of everything else, the trees and the water and the animals. We are at a pivotal point right now. This is like a brass ring moment. So we are absolutely supporting the youth and moving in the direction of more love, care, and respect of the children and youth. And we are absolutely here for you. I am also representing We the World. We are working to move from an I to a we-based society, and I am the child and youth theme head for that organization as well. We are here for you in solidarity. Let's work together. Thank you so much to everyone who is standing up and speaking the words of truth and freedom for our children and youth. Many blessings to you this week, and we will be sharing your platform everywhere. Here we grow.
Did you know that children in low-income communities suffer disproportionately from the effects of climate change?
Challenges adapting to climate change stem from not only the rapid rate of change, but also due to poverty, structural racism, and much more.
Environmental pollutants common in low-income communities can trigger life-threatening asthma attacks that result in chronic lung damage and decreased school attendance.
Climate change is not only an environmental issue, but an issue that threatens peace across the world.
Climate change is one of the biggest threats facing society today, and we are the generation that can act to make a difference.
Making a difference starts with education.
That's why we at Footprint App Inc. have teamed up with New Gen Peace Builders to offer curriculum in all 50 states that highlights these issues and more.
We have curated curriculum alongside teachers across the nation to create a collaborative learning application.
With a focus on project-based learning, we help students form more sustainable habits by learning about their individual and collective impact on the planet.
By utilizing the Footprint app in the classroom, students can engage and compete with each other to reduce their impact while completing assignments and projects that affect change inside and outside the classroom.
But we can't just stop there. We are also calling on our legislators to mandate climate impact education and encourage all schools across the nation to teach students about their impact and ways they can make a difference.
We aspire to have every classroom in the nation reach net zero emissions and conduct at least one community impact project in their region. If you want to be part of our movement,
start by encouraging your local schools to utilize our curriculum.
Join Schools for Climate Action.
Push for climate education legislation across the nation.
Together, we can empower students to change our climate future.
Join the Footprint community today.
I love this song that I'm about to sing because it makes me feel hopeful. We could all use a little extra hope right now. Here comes the sun, little darling. Here comes the sun, and I
say it's alright. Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been here. But here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. And I say it's alright. Little darling, smiles returning to the faces. Little darling, feels like years since it's been here. But here comes the sun, little darling. Here comes the sun. And I say it's alright. Ooh, sun, 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 here it comes. 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 Little darling, I feel the ice is slowly melting. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been clear. But here comes the sun, little darling. Here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. Sun, 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 here it comes. Sun, sun, sun. Here it comes. And it's all right. It's gonna be all right.
Powerful, powerful stuff. We're so grateful to all of our partners who are doing so much good in the world on behalf of America's children and people everywhere. We're so grateful to them for joining us this week for National Children's Week. And we are so excited for the rest of today. We have some great events coming up. Again, today's theme is climate and environment. Our next event is at 12:30 Pacific, 3:30 Eastern Time. We have a presentation from Cultivate America and Co-Victory Gardens. So I will see you again back here in about 23 minutes. So hang tight, and we'll see you soon. Thanks again for joining us for National Children's Week, and keep on fighting with us. We'll see you in a few. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our National Children's Week of action. We are so happy to have you joining us again. We have some awesome events this afternoon. We have, first of all, a presentation from Cultivate America, a new organization that is launching today. So we're honored to be a part of their launch and helping with that. We'll have a presentation from Co-Victory Gardens in just a little bit after the Cultivate America presentation. And then that will be followed by a video message from elected champions for children. So folks like Senators Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, and Cory Booker, Congresswoman Barbara Lee, Congressman Tim Ryan, Governor Jay Inslee, and so many other great folks. We're so happy to have them joining us for National Children's Week and honored to share their messages with you. So now I would like to quickly talk about our partners at the Movement for Black Lives. They're hosting a week of action, or hosted last week a week of action, and now for Juneteenth, they're hosting another day of action. So this Friday, June 19th. So you can click, oops, sorry, my graphics in the way. You can check out everything that they're doing right here. Their demands for their week of action last week and for their day of action that we are partnering on this Friday. So you can check them out at m4bl.org. That's m4bl.org. We're so honored to be partnering with them and be doing this work with them. And so please go support them, check them out, and join them on Friday. And so, yeah, without further ado, I give you the Cultivate America panel. Once it loads. Yeah, so we are so excited to help launch Cultivate America today, help launch this event, launch this organization, and partner with them on all of our future campaigns. Cultivate America.
Welcome to the launch of Cultivate America. Cultivate America is a new national nonprofit organization that is aligned with the National Children's Campaign.
We are co-founders and the co-executive youth directors of Cultivate America. I'm a rising freshman at Claremont McKenna College, and I'm also the co-director of Schools for Climate Action, which is an initiative of the National Children's Campaign, as well as the NCC's Director of Climate Action. I live in Sonoma County, California, and I'm really passionate about climate education and nonpartisan climate action. I started getting really involved with climate action in around 2017 after experiencing the Tubbs wildfires in my community. I really didn't want anybody else to have to live through the fear of waking up in a house filled with smoke and not knowing where the fire was coming from, and seeing the aftermath of all of my friends devastated by the fires and losing their houses. Some of my friends to this day, and seeing the lasting impacts of that, because some of my friends to this day still can't go camping because the smell of fire is so triggering for them that they'll have panic attacks. And seeing these recurring fires really enforced, because we had a major wildfire in the area impacting my education and impacting my life for the past 3 or 4 years now. And so I really wanted to make sure that this wasn't going to keep happening, and I wanted to do everything I could to prevent it from happening at this scale. And I remember the night of the fires, my dad, he works at a local state park, and he was driving up and down the road, and he had gone up there to help clear a fallen tree that night. And we didn't know about the fires at that point. And so waking up and not knowing where he was and not having him home, and all we knew was that there was a fire somewhere, was really, really scary. And so in the meantime, while we were evacuating from our house, my dad had been evacuating people from their houses on the road up to the state park that he works at. And he was knocking on people's doors, and he was jumping over burning fences. And he's a retired Army colonel, so he kind of went into Army mode. And he went into crisis mode, and he started trying to help as many people as he could without hesitation. And he managed to save a lot of lives, and was actually honored by the California Senate for his work during the fires. And he received the Gold Award, which is the highest honor that you can receive from the state Senate, which was really, really cool. And I got to meet, that was the first time I really got involved with politics, and I got to meet politicians and see the change makers and the policymakers and these legislators that are creating all these pieces of legislation and policy that are going to impact our lives. And I really was inspired to action, and seeing how he jumped into that without any hesitation and just started doing what was right. That really inspired me to start taking up climate action in the same way.
And I'm Lana. I'm an undergraduate student at Johns Hopkins University and a climate activist passionate about food systems particularly. I have a background from before I joined the youth climate movement in tackling especially industrial animal agriculture and factory farming issues. And I've completed internships at the Humane League and the Humane Society of the United States before becoming an organizer of the climate strikes and of the youth climate movement. My background in climate activism comes from being a Brazilian and a Floridian. I was born in Florida, and seeing the Amazon rainforest fires, which have brought smoke all the way down to my cities that I lived in, that I'm from, that my family lives in southern Brazil, has been very impactful. And also living in Florida and seeing the hurricanes get worse and seeing the threat of our state being underwater by the end of the century are both backgrounds that have really pushed me to think about climate activism. One moment that really stood out for me was when I first went north to go to school at Johns Hopkins. That was one of the first times that I was away from home for more than a few days, and that was the same time that Hurricane Irma hit in Florida, and the power went out for my family, for many other families, and being away from home for the first time and not being able to know if my family is okay was really impactful. And knowing that these climate disasters are only going to get worse as global warming and climate becomes more of a problem as inaction continues was really terrifying. And I also have a background that led me to factory farm issues specifically because I've been a lifelong animal lover. And in Brazil, I remember caring so much about the street dogs that I saw everywhere and knowing that they had feelings, that they felt pain, and that I wanted to help them. And then thinking about how I could do that most effectively, where most animals are being impacted. And the answer that I came to after working at animal shelters and then through advocacy organizations was that factory farms are where the most living sentient beings are being impacted. And then I saw the connections with the climate crisis situation, the urgent climate crisis impacts for my generation and for my communities are also being very impacted by food systems and animal farming, especially in Brazil, where over 90% of the Amazon rainforest is burning because of the livestock sector, and massive environmental pollution is being caused by factory farms. So that really brought together that I was interested in food issues and in climate issues in that intersection specifically. So for the next slide, we have some more of our team members. On the left, we have Kimberly Gutzler, who is also a co-founder of Cultivate America. Kimberly is the president and founder of the National Children's Campaign, a key partner for Cultivate America, who we are aligned with, and which helps to run initiatives including Schools for Climate Action and Your Workers, My Family. Kimberly has been a lifelong advocate for children and children's issues, as well as youth, and has a background in the nonprofit sector and government relations and policy and politics, and how she can use all of that to help children. She's also a really great mentor to all of us, who we really appreciate.
And on the right, we have Coach Mark Smallwood, who is the executive director at the Rodale Institute. The Rodale Institute is commonly known as the pioneer of the organic farming movement, and we are really, really excited to have him on our team. And on the next slide, we have Nancy Metzger-Carter on the left, who is the Sustainability Curriculum Coordinator at Sonoma Academy in Santa Rosa, California, which is my old high school. And she is also the first UN certified climate change teacher in California. Nancy is an education leader with Schools for Climate Action, and she uses the resolution process as a teaching tool for high school students. Nancy lives with her husband and her 2 children in Northern California.
On the right, we have Becca Wright, who is the editor-at-large of Parentology, a youth and children-focused reporting news media, and she has a background in public relations, in media, and in reporting with that focus on youth and on children. Next up, we'll be talking about a little overview of who we are at Cultivate America. We are a youth and adult-led national nonprofit that is working to grow America's future through the intersection of health, food, agriculture, energy, and climate.
And so one of the really important things to us is that emphasis on youth. We have a lot of adult mentors who are really important and really help guide the process and have helped us get this started. But our mission and really our purpose is to help empower youth and to help teach them the skills that they need to take part in advocacy and to help advocate for themselves, and really to help educate them about the intersection between health and food and agriculture and energy and climate. We really think that it's important that youth are well informed and are also supported throughout this process of advocacy.
Through that, our mission at Cultivate America is to support and create initiatives that showcase the best practices in human health and welfare, as well as regenerative practices and breakthrough technology in agriculture.
So we work with students and educators and researchers, policymakers, advocacy organizations, media, and local communities to build a healthier, more equitable, and resilient food system and create solutions to climate, energy, and agricultural concerns.
At Cultivate America, we believe in working with civic engagement, legislation, and our representatives, as well as schools, working through climate education and the school curriculum on climate and food, and really championing the best practices that can help us to fight the climate crisis through our food systems, through our agriculture, planting, the different ways that we get food in our society, how we can use that to help ourselves and to help the future generations of our youngest citizens.
And so next up, we're going to talk about our focus topics, and we're going to go a little bit more in depth on each one.
Here are our main focus topic areas at Cultivate America. We aim to help foster a relationship between climate, between agriculture, food, civic engagement, and health. And throughout all of this, one of our biggest priorities is to educate and empower youth and as well as the public on the importance of these intersections between all these focus areas. So now we're going to dive a little bit more into each one.
First up, we're going to talk about climate. So in 2018, when the IPCC released a report stating that we had about 12 years to stop irreversible climate catastrophe, it kind of really sent shockwaves throughout a lot of different communities. And because even if you know that there's a deadline that we have to meet, and even if you know that we need to act quickly on the climate crisis, having that actual deadline and having that number, which is about 10 years now, that really puts things in a different perspective. And when we were creating Cultivate America, we really wanted to respect and recognize the immediacy of the climate crisis. And we wanted to recognize its intersectionality, and we knew that we needed to make climate action an integral part of whatever and everything that we're doing. And it's impossible for us and for anyone to make any really lasting progress in any of our other focus areas without including climate in the equation. And so in this CNN article, they said that the governments around the world must take rapid, far-reaching, and unprecedented changes in all aspects of society to avoid disastrous levels of global warming. Because climate change is such a broad issue, it can seem kind of overwhelming, but it actually offers up a lot of opportunities, and it offers it offers many avenues for change. And so we can take kind of a holistic approach, and we can incorporate climate action and climate consciousness into a lot of the actions that we're taking and a lot of the programs and initiatives that we undertake as an organization.
Agriculture is also a really important area for us at Cultivate America to touch on, especially because of the situation that we have currently gotten to, where it's very much the picture on the right, where we are heavily dependent on a type of agriculture that's focused on profit, furthering economic growth, on efficiency over sustainability, over ensuring food security for the future, for children and for youth and ensuring a livable climate. So we consider this a very key area in which we need to distinguish between the factory farming and large monoculture crops that are being used widespreadly right now versus the other kinds of practices that are possible, right? The more sustainable, climate conscious production practices that can actually not only stop making massive amounts of harm and pollution, but reverse climate change, take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, put us closer to and huge strides to keep us on track with the Paris Agreement, with other key climate proposals, and that means more plant-rich, more regenerative systems, and basically the photo on the left, really varied crops, decentralized, the opposite of the industrial agricultural factory farming system that we have right now, which is hurting workers, it's hurting the local communities, it's hurting the environment, it's hurting the animals that are part of the process, and basically it's just a massive amount of destruction, which harms all of these different areas. So it's really important for us to clarify that this much better practice is possible that can actually be used as a solution to a lot of what we want to see, and is really key right now when we're at a moment where we could continue the practices that we used to have, the world where we are so disconnected from our food and we don't think about where it comes from and we don't analyze the impacts of those processes, versus really having food that we think about, that we are intentional in, that it's really building the kind of future that we want.
And that leads us right into food, because as our agricultural systems kind of get destabilized by the climate crisis, unsurprisingly, so do a lot of our food systems. And so on our current trajectory, food insecurity will become a huge issue nationally and worldwide, of course. And food deserts will become much more widespread. So food deserts, as defined by foodispower.org, they say that food deserts are geographic areas where residents' access to affordable, healthy options, especially fresh fruit and vegetables, is limited and is restricted or non-existent due to the absence of grocery stores within a convenient traveling distance. And so the map on the right-hand side of the screen is a visual of the places in the US that have neither access to a car or a supermarket within a mile of their place of residence. The darker the color, the more severe the issue. Supporting local farmers and healthy regenerative farming practices can help relieve the stress and adverse effects of not having equitable access to healthy foods. And as an organization, Cultivate America is really passionate and really committed to not only educating people about this issue and teaching them about the intricacies of it, and the injustices of it, but at the same time, we also want to create systems, and we want to create this motivation for change to help change the way that our food systems work right now and change our relationship to them.
That leads us right into the health impacts of not having access to healthy foods, of living in a climate crisis and a worsening climate crisis for younger generations, which will result in asthma and other adverse health effects, especially environmental and justice issues like incinerators and landfills being built in communities' backyards will cause many different health impacts to themselves, their children, and their families, especially younger generations, which are more vulnerable. Climate disasters and aspects such as hurricanes and wildfires that we discussed will only get stronger and impact more people and their health and their safety, and the increasing situation of rising temperatures and rising seas in the climate crisis, and more extreme weather and more extreme weather events will only keep impacting people, and especially the youngest people and the youngest generations. Health also ties in as far as talking about the diet that you follow, what kind of foods you eat, and foods that you support. In general, eating more plants, eating a more plant-based diet as much as you can has been shown to have health benefits for yourself, as well as be the diet that can most put you on track to successfully mitigate the climate crisis, is the most impactful lifestyle choice you can make as an individual, is also what will help most with your health, especially whole foods plant-based diets, such as those that the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change talks about. Eating more vegetables, more legumes, more greens, all of those foods that will help your health most will also be the most key transitions that we'll need to move towards in order to be on track for climate mitigation. There's also aspects from the environmental pollution that goes into communities and the climate anxiety that generations, including Generation Z, which Kate and I are in, or younger generations will increasingly face as an action continues, can be really terrifying when you can't think about your dreams, your goals, what you hope to do with your life, because you don't know how that will be impacted by a climate crisis that those in power are not taking on. So those are some different aspects of health to keep in mind.
And next up, we're going to talk about civic engagement. And so civic engagement is something that Cultivate America really, really strives to make a part of all of the actions that we're taking a part in and all the solutions that we're creating. We really want to make sure that youth especially are the focus of that. And we really want to not only educate them, but we want to empower them to take action and to participate in civic engagement. And so Thomas Elric, in his book, Civic Responsibility and Higher Education, he defines civic engagement by saying that it means working to make a difference in the civic life of our communities and developing the combination of knowledge, skills, values, and motivation to make that difference. It means promoting the quality of life in a community through both political and non-political processes. A morally and civically responsible individual recognizes himself or herself as a member of a larger social fabric, and therefore considers social problems to be at least partly his or her own. Such an individual is willing to see the moral and civic dimensions of issues, to make and justify informed moral and civic judgments, and to take action when appropriate. Now is a very appropriate time to take action, because when people are invested in a common vision and share similar ideals, they are inspired to action, and that's what Cultivate America hopes to provide. We want to help create a positive motivation and growth mindset through the intersection of all of these issues we see today. We want to help especially educate youth on all of these issues that we're facing. But as we've mentioned, we also really want to emphasize that we want to provide outlets to create change and be involved in their own futures. We want to inspire these youth to take action immediately. We want to help people recognize, in addition, we want to help people recognize that we are part of this larger social fabric. And so these issues are part of our own personal issues as well. And we want to develop that essential combination that Erlich talked about, where he says the knowledge, those skills and values and motivations, we want to combine all of those so that we can have an even larger impact.
So now we've covered the key topic areas that Cultivate America focuses on agriculture, climate change, civic engagement, food, and health. And what we really emphasize at Cultivate America is the intersections of those topics. Some examples include how climate change intersects with civic engagement through climate strikes, climate protests, and advocating for climate legislation.
In addition to that, food intersects with health in that diets with fresh produce, fruits, and vegetables from local organic sources produce better health outcomes.
Climate also intersects with health through issues of environmental pollution and adverse health effects such as asthma.
Agriculture and food intersect with civic engagement because in pushing for a more just and equitable food system with access to healthy food for all, you're really focusing on those issues and trying to make a difference.
Food and agriculture also intersect with climate through the different greenhouse gas outcomes depending on production methods and consumption of different foods. So those are some examples of how intersections work between those key areas, and that's the focus that we'll have at Cultivate America, is those different ways that the topics work together.
And now we're going to talk a little bit about our advocacy areas. So first up, we have regenerative agriculture, which is really important to us. And so we really want to emphasize that regenerative agriculture is a holistic agricultural practice, and it uses photosynthesis to close the carbon cycle. And not only that, it also helps restore biodiversity. And because it helps close that carbon cycle, it's actually helping to reverse climate change, and it builds soil health, crop resilience, and nutrient density. So we really, as an organization, we want to help support these regenerative agricultural practices. But not only that, we also really want to engage with and help with the development and new technologies in the field.
We also focus largely on climate education, making sure that young people everywhere in all schools are able to learn about the situation we're in, the importance for climate action, and especially the potential solutions, how we can face this climate crisis, take it on, and be successful. And we think that is a very important aspect of education that all youth and children should have.
We also are really excited and passionate about school gardens. And so we at Cultivate America, we really think that school gardens provide such an amazing opportunity to teach kids about practices like regenerative agriculture and where their food comes from, through education about food systems. And there's a lot of research that shows that when there are marked improvements in child development and overall health when they spend more time outside. So not only are we helping to improve the overall health of these children, we're also helping them to understand these relationships between their food and between like where it comes from and all of that. And we think it's really important that children are growing and youth are growing up with an understanding of this relationship, so that going forward we can raise new generations to have a better understanding and a deeper understanding than many of the past generations have.
We also teach about plant-centered eating and how moving away from animal products, dairy products, meat products can have many health benefits, and also better put us on track for climate mitigation, and how any successful plan to mitigate the climate crisis must include plans for a large-scale shift towards more plant-forward eating and making sure that's accessible for everyone.
And another thing we really want to emphasize is climate-conscious school food. So not only do we really want this to be healthy for the children, but we also want this to be healthy for the planet. And so how can we combine those two areas? And so when school districts and states are creating their policies or allocating money and funds, we really want to make sure that they're taking into account the carbon footprint of these schools and thinking about where the food is coming from and how that has an impact on the climate. We really want to emphasize that having access to these fresh and healthy foods not only improves the diets of the children, but it also, as we said, it helps the planet. And we also think this would be a great opportunity for education on food waste. And because a lot of children might depend on school lunches for their food, and for some of them, it might be the only stable, dependable source of meal that they have, we think that having, for example, having a school garden and having access to that food security, that could help them tremendously.
We also focus on how the better, healthier foods that come out of better production methods and better agricultural methods need to be distributed to all communities, and that no matter where someone lives, what community they're in, that they should be able to access healthy, fresh produce, fresh vegetables and fruits, and all of the foods that they need to thrive and to better help themselves, their communities, and the planet.
So here are some of the projects that we're going to be taking on at Cultivate America. So first off, we really want to start a campaign to put a garden in every school, because we think that it is super important. And as we said, it provides so many great opportunities for education and also improving the health of children. And we think that this is a very valuable experience that shouldn't be limited just to schools who can afford it. We really want to make sure that this is accessible to schools all over the country.
And speaking of accessibility, we want to make sure that schools across the country are also able to teach about climate, teach about the solutions, and make sure that this information is able to be accessed by children and youth everywhere.
Another project we really want to work on is school lunches. So we want to work with states and school districts to find ways to make these lunches more affordable and access to them equitable, as well as making sure that they're, as you said, climate conscious, and we really want to make sure that they're healthy. We want to maybe perhaps look into working with local suppliers to reduce the distance that food needs to travel, because it's good for the students, it's good for everyone.
Another way to reduce the carbon footprint of school lunches and meals everywhere is to make them more plant-centered and more plant-based. And at Cultivate America, we are also working on making that connection to diets which are better for health of children, youth, and everyone, as well as very important for successful climate action and part of successful climate action plans. So we'll be working on different projects that engage in that area as well.
And we also want to make sure that we're empowering youth to take part in civic engagement. So as we've said, that's really, really important to us. We want to make sure that they're prepared for this rapidly changing world that we're living in. We want to help them learn to be advocates for themselves, and we want to pair education with action. So we want to give these skills we want to give youth the skills that they need to create this meaningful change, and we want to help support them throughout that whole process. We want to provide access to programs and curriculum that is informative and positive, and we want to have specific accomplishable action items that they can take on and accomplish easily.
And we want to make sure that youth have the information, the education, and the confidence to be able to take the information that they learn to their representatives, be it on the local level, on their city council, as Congress representatives, Senate, House, all of those people that are there to represent them. We want to make sure that young people are able to raise their voices and speak up about the solutions that will help ensure their futures, that will help ensure a livable climate and a better environment for them to thrive in. So at the end of all of this and all of this education, we want to make sure that young people are able to move forward and make this change happen through their elected officials as well, which means lobbying, which means working together directly with representatives and other forms of connection that will facilitate a Cultivate America.
So we would love, whether you're a teacher, a farmer, a nutritionist, a physician, a researcher, or a student in high school or college, or even younger than that, we really would love to have you as part of our team.
Honestly, anyone passionate about food systems and climate action like we are is perfect for our team. And people from all sectors, backgrounds, perspectives are very much valued at Cultivate America, an important part of a successful fight against the climate crisis and for better food system solutions. So ultimately, no matter what background you come from, what experience you've had in the past, or what you are most focused in, we are interested in having you as part of our team.
So first of all, if you want to stay updated on all the work that we're doing and the projects that we'll be pursuing, connect with us on Instagram at Cultivate America, or you can also connect with us on Twitter at Cultivate USA. And this will be where we'll be sharing the bulk of our progress and campaigns and events and more moving forward from National Children's Week.
Most importantly, if you are interested in becoming part of the team at Cultivate America and joining us in our work, then scan the QR code featured here enter the short link to fill out a quick form about your interests, indicating what areas you'd be most interested in, what background you have that's relevant, where you're coming from, any kind of relevant information. Just quickly fill out what you're interested in, and we can plug you into becoming part of our team.
Remember, we need people of all backgrounds and all interest areas. We just really want you to be passionate about these issues, and then we'd love to have you join. And we'll be covering broad areas from all the topics that we've talked about: health and food and agriculture and climate and civic engagement. And we have a lot of boundless potential of pursuing lots and lots of progress and projects. We'd love to hear your ideas, and we'd love to collaborate with you on a lot of different initiatives. So shoot us a message or scan this QR code and fill out the interest form.
Yeah, feel free to fill out any questions as well as you're filling out the form, or through our social media before. We're very open to chatting more. And at this point, if you haven't had a chance to scan the QR code yet or copy down the link, make sure to do that, take a picture or note it down so that you can fill the form out quickly after the presentation. Thank you so much to everyone for watching, and we are so excited to have officially launched Cultivate America. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was amazing, and we are so excited to be helping Cultivate America launch their new organization, their new campaign, and all their amazing work. Next up, we are super excited. We have a presentation from Co-Victory Gardens in Zanagee Artis. But really quick, if you want to check out more with Cultivate America, their website is down below. And you can also follow them on social media, like they said. They're on Instagram and Twitter. Yeah, and so next up, again, we have the Cultivate, or we just had Cultivate America. We're going into Co-Victory Gardens. And then right after that, we will have our presentation from elected officials. So we are very excited. Stay tuned. And here we go with Co-Victory Gardens.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zanagee. I use he, him pronouns. I'm 20 years old, and I'm from Connecticut. And I'm also the founder and deputy director of advocacy for 0 Hour. And I'm also the campaign director for the Co-Victory Gardens campaign with Cultivate America, which we are launching today. So let's get right into it. So the Co-Victory Gardens campaign is a partnership between Cultivate America, the National Children's Campaign, and 0 Hour. And we're happy to be launching it as a part of the National Children's Week today. So what were the Victory Gardens? They were a response to food shortages and rationing from World War I in Europe. And the War Garden Commission was established in 1917, a few weeks before the United States entered World War I, to get people to start gardening in order to make up for food shortages from the war. 20 million Americans were eventually mobilized in the effort to plant gardens at home to make up for these shortages. And that effort was pushed by the War Garden Commission, which was established by the federal government. So in 1942, the food rationing program took effect soon after the US entered the Second World War. And again, the Victory Gardens saw a resurgence for the Second World War. By 1943, Victory Gardens were supplying 40% of produce in the United States because the War Garden Commission was heavily pushing people to buy seeds at local vendors and grow at home to make up for shortages. And city dollars were especially targeted in the campaign by the War Garden Commission. And so why was that? Well, at the time, many people around the country were already gardening at home if they lived in rural places. So city dwellers were being targeted because there was no large-scale effort by urban centers to grow their own food. And so food was coming in from rural places and farms in the rural countryside of the United States to supply our cities. And that's something that is happening a lot more today, which is why we really want to push the Victory Gardens again, because we see now that all of the food that is coming into most of the places where we live is not locally grown. It's grown in huge farm centers around the country. So the US Department of Agriculture's motto for another campaign was "A garden for every child in a garden." And this was for schools in the US. The US Department of Agriculture, in tandem with the War Garden Commission, were also encouraging schools and school children to garden wherever they were. And so this really got kids involved in growing, and it also brought about a culture in the US where kids were growing their own food, and families around the country were organizing victory gardens, which were a symbol of patriotism, to grow their own food in the country. And this is even seen at the White House. So then First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt actually planted her own victory garden at the White House. And pictured here is a senior advisor to President Roosevelt and his family at the White House. And the family lived at the White House. And you can see here, their daughter is gardening her own victory garden also on the lawn of the White House. And more recently, Michelle Obama actually started a garden on the south lawn of the White House, and it actually exists still today. It was started in 2008 when the Obamas first entered the White House. And this was also a symbol for people to begin gardening at home and really take growing into their own hands. So Co-Victory Gardens, what's with the name? So one, it was inspired by current events with COVID-19. And as we know, the entire world is facing this global pandemic. And we are all quarantining at home. So one great thing that you can do at home while we're all quarantining is garden. So that was one inspiration, but another one was that we really saw co as a form of joining together. It is cooperation, it is collaboration, it is bonding with people around you to grow gardens, but also bonding with the land that you're living on to provide sustenance for yourself and your family. So, sowing the seeds of victory today. So, through this campaign, we can address the following issues and more. Industrial animal agriculture and industrial agriculture in general, and monocultures through farming, overuse of pesticides, herbicides, and preservatives in our food. Because you're growing on your own, you'll be able to decide what goes into your food, especially soft produce that you are picking yourself. It has soft skin, so yeah. Inaccessibility to nature in urban environments. As we know, green space is very limited in cities, and growing your own garden, even if it's small and limited by space, is another way to connect with nature if you're living in a city. Eco-anxiety and general stress. It's also known that plants can reduce stress, and having access to something that you're actually caring for and growing is a way to address that. Sustainable growing and water conservation, over-reliance on non-native crops in our diets, and climate change. And so this is just a handful of things that we can accomplish if many people decide to plant their own co-victory gardens today. So food deserts and food security is another issue that can be addressed by this campaign. And so according to US departments working with Michelle Obama on her campaign around healthy eating, a food desert is defined as a low-income census tract with limited access to healthy food. In urban areas, that means it's more than 1 mile away from a large grocery store or supermarket, or 10 miles in the case of rural ones. And this map shows where in the United States food deserts are located. And as we can see, this is a huge amount of space in these pink areas where food deserts exist. And there are around 331 million people in the United States today, and 6% of those people are living in food deserts. And that rounds out to be around 19.8 million people. And we also know that it's not simply the fact that grocery stores are far away in these different neighborhoods. It is also an intersection with other systems of repression at play in our society. So this quote by Professor Reese of Spelman College reads, "The fact that predominantly Black neighborhoods on average have fewer stores and poorer quality food compared to their white counterparts means something." Right? So the professor is saying that yes, supermarkets are playing into this, but also there are other demographic and systemic issues at play that are driving this inability to access healthy produce. So, growing in the United States, historically, the biodiversity of our diets was very high. You can see the colors in the vegetables here and a great variety we have. So lots of different kinds of tomatoes. We have a variety of different beans. You have eggplants, peppers, radishes, different greens, including cabbage and kale. And there's just so many things that historically pre-settler colonialism in the US, people were consuming. And that has been transitioned away from as we've moved toward monocultures and overproducing certain vegetables that are popular today because the way that industries are marketing them. However, you can still find food in unexpected places. And so an example of this are these 3 things that maybe you never considered were edible. So on the left, we have the thistle, and this is widely considered to be a weed that flowers, but it is actually edible if you're careful. And the heart of that thistle bulb is actually very soft and edible, and you can roast them, cook them in other ways, and you can also eat them raw. Second is the cattail. And the cattail is also edible, different parts of the leaves, and also the cattail, that brown part itself, which is actually a flower, is edible. And lastly, in your own yard, many of you may have dandelions. In dandelions, the entire part of the plant is actually edible, from the flowering yellow dandelion part to the actual leaves and the stem and the roots. So we need to be re-envisioning how we are growing and how we are consuming food to address all those different issues that were listed before. And permaculture is a way to do that. So Bill Mollison actually coined the term permaculture, And he wrote that it's the conscious design and maintenance of agriculturally productive systems which have the diversity, stability, and resilience of natural ecosystems. It is the harmonious integration of the landscape with people providing their food, energy, shelter, and other material and non-material needs in a sustainable way. So in permaculture farming, we are essentially growing in a way that is similar to the way that nature produces food. And so this study by Brian in 2014 reads, monoculture fields lack biodiversity, which hinders natural pest control. In diversified fields, however, pests encounter more resistance when attempting to invade a field. More natural pests and predators, known as biological controls, limit their movement. So essentially, when we implement permaculture in our growing, we actually create biological controls that are natural in the environment to prevent pests and predators from consuming our crops. That way, we won't have to use harmful chemicals when we're growing our food, and we can be as healthy as possible while also growing a wide variety of different things which are supporting the overall environment. So what do you need to get started growing? It's very simple. You need 4 things: soil, sunlight, water, and the seeds for whatever you want to grow. And as long as you have these 4 things, you can start growing. And so I also want to know, space is a huge factor, but I have some tips for you if you are growing in the city. So use the most out of the space that you have. On the picture on the top right, you can see that this grower is using a vertical garden to have more space to grow more kinds of plants. You can also use a balcony, a windowsill that is lit with sunlight. Anywhere that's possible to grow is a great spot to grow. You can find an urban farm near you to get involved with. So many times there are farm cooperatives in the city or indoor urban farms that you can get involved with, and you can actually grow your own food at, or help farm at yourself and volunteer at. So that's always a good way to get involved. And you can also write to your city officials about more access to green space. And if there isn't a community garden in your city or in your area of the city, that's also a great thing to write to your city officials about. So growing can be difficult for sure. This New York Times article by Tejal Rao, the author wrote, "Ask any farmer, gardening is hard work. Growth is slow and yields can be unpredictable." So you may not get those perfect tomatoes the first time you grow, and it may be a lot of trial and error, but it is definitely worth it. And the author further wrote that in 1943, the Times ran a story on the disappointments and failures of the millions of first-time gardeners who had thrown themselves into planting gardens without much experience and were now hesitant to invest in insecticides or soil tests. So this was a problem for the victory gardens too. People were disillusioned that they were trying to grow and they just weren't successful. But we at Cultivate America and our campaign with the Co-Victory Gardens Project will provide you the resources to have success in your growing endeavors. And then we also wanted to announce that we will be launching an art contest. So we are calling on all artists, wherever you are, to submit their own original posters for the Co-Victory Gardens. So these are some of the examples of the posters that the War Garden Commission came up with to promote their victory gardens during the World Wars. And now we are calling on you to create posters of your own for the co-victory gardens. And that information will be on the Cultivate America website at cultivateamerica.org as soon as we launch. So we want to thank you so much for tuning into this session. You can get involved with the Co-Victory Gardens project by contacting us at cultivateamerica.org. You can also contact me at Zanagee at thisiszerohour.org. And you can also DM us on Instagram at National Children's Campaign and at This Is Zero Hour for more information. So thank you all so much, and I hope you get started growing.
That was awesome. Again, we are so excited to launch this amazing new Co-Victory Garden campaign with Zanagee and his team at Zero Hour, with Cultivate America, and then our own National Children's Campaign youth team. So we are so excited to have a few more amazing things going on today. So I'm just going to run through the rest of the program, and then we'll get to our special guests. So at 4:30 p.m. Eastern, we have our elected champions for children. So we'll have messages from Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Cory Booker, Jay Inslee, Barbara Lee, Tim Ryan, Tulsi Gabbard, John Delaney, and Joe Sestak. We will have then at 4:45 a presentation from Schools for Climate Action. And then at 7 o'clock Eastern, we'll have the teaser and a panel about our new Our Future, Our Fight docuseries that connects young climate activists with climate scientists and follows them in their work. So please stay tuned for all that. We are so excited also, again, to be supporting the Movement for Black Lives week of action last week, and then their day of action for Juneteenth. That is this Friday, June 19th. So please check them out, and you can go to m4bl.org. That's m4bl.org. It's on the screen right now, but please go support their work. We are super honored and excited and happy to be partnering with them and fighting for justice with them. We also, again, will be launching a new episode of our podcast tomorrow evening, so be sure to check that out. Our Future Now is on all streaming platforms. It's produced by Goal 17 Media, and our media partners for the podcast are Parentology. So you can go to parentology.org. They write articles about the podcast every single week, and we have new episodes wherever you get your podcasts on all the streaming platforms every single Tuesday evening. So please check that out. Then also to just review the rest of the week, we've got some amazing stuff going on. Tomorrow we have things on COVID-19, on education, on environmental racism. Wednesday we have gun violence. We have panels on immigration, on foster care and rehoming, on child welfare. Thursday, we have panels on healthcare and mental health. And Friday, we have a ton of panels all about voting, civic engagement, and democracy. So please be sure to stay tuned for all that. We are so excited to launch this, historic week of action. So excited to be doing this with all of you, with all our amazing partners who I'll throw on the screen one more time. So grateful to be doing this work with you, and so excited now to share a video message from our super awesome partners and allies in Congress and other elected officials around the country. And so without further ado, here we go.
Hey, it's Cory Booker. I wanted to give a few words to folks at the National Children's Campaign who understand the power of young people. The most common way people give up their power is not realizing they have it in the first place. And if you look at our history, from the modern civil rights movement to the uprisings in Soweto, to even those folks in the democracy movement standing before tanks in Tiananmen Square, young people have been at the center of every great movement for social change here in America and elsewhere across the globe.
I'm Jay Inslee. I'm governor of the state of Washington, and I'm Greta Thunberg's #1 fan.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Warren, and thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this conversation. You know, it is more important now than ever.
Hi, I'm Congressman Tim Ryan, and just want to say hello. Really how proud I am of all of you who are showing so much initiative, so much youth activism. There are so many challenges in our country, and I think you have all shown so much leadership on so many of these issues.
I'm Congresswoman Barbara Lee, and I represent California's beautiful 13th Congressional District. In September 2019, I introduced a House resolution encouraging the teaching of climate change that was also co-authored by the youth activists from the National Children's Campaign and the Schools for Climate Action Initiative.
I'm a big believer in youth because I tell people they're not burdened with experience. They really want to see and go into the future with new ideas, new policies to make them happen.
Our generation and those to follow are dealing with the consequences of the actions or inactions of our leaders who have failed us. The challenge before us is immense: to shift opinions, shift priorities and habits, and then transition economies, energy and agriculture, build infrastructure, and harness innovation on a scale that will truly transform our country and the world.
And thank you for helping to lead our country and, in fact, the world in the fight to make certain that we transform our energy system away from fossil fuel into energy efficiency and sustainable energy.
Each of America's 74 million children deserve to be safe, healthy, and economically secure. But that won't be possible if adults don't fight for their right to a livable planet. Around the country, young people are rising up and demanding climate action, equitable education, compassionate immigration, and safe schools, economic justice, and more. We need more elected officials in local, state, and national politics who respect young organizers who are fighting for their future.
This country now needs you because we're dealing with real crises, whether it's the outrageous student debt. We've never seen that crushing debt we see now going on in the lives of students, to the existential climate crisis that must be addressed. We have real issues still in equal justice for our LGBTQ community, and even equal pay for equal work between men and women. I could go through a huge list right now, but I know what the challenges are. You know what the challenges are. And I also know what the solution is. It is activism. It is engagement. It is leadership, especially from our young people. I look forward to working side by side. As a guy, when I was mayor, brought young people in to City Hall to help being leaders and advisors who invited that kind of activism and engagement. I know at this critical point that you all are not the future. You all are the present people that will make the change.
Advocacy has the power to change our country and change the world. Nowhere is that more apparent than the advocacy put forth by our youth. Whether it has been the response to the tragedy in Parkland or the defense of dreamers all across this great country, our democracy is stronger because of the voice of our youth. As we tackle issues like climate change, healthcare, and building an economy that works for everyone, we need our youth to speak up and speak out even more.
In my view, what has to happen right now is we need a mass mobilization of millions of people to stand up to the lies and obfuscations of the fossil fuel industry and to tell them loudly and clearly that their short-term profits are not more important than the future of this planet. And I believe that if we do that, and if we transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy, we in fact can save this planet and leave this planet in a way that is healthy and habitable for our kids and our grandchildren.
Look, what you are doing are igniting a passion for moral justice. It is a moral cause we are now involved in to leave a planet that is not degraded. And I believe your generation rightfully is insistent that your elders respond to this moral obligation.
For the right policies, from climate change to education, to the challenge that you as people, as citizens of America, most need. And when you do, always remember, above party, above self, above any special interest, the accountability for every policy should always remain with you, for the people.
This is a fight over political power, and that is we need to take on the power and the greed of the fossil fuel industry, and with young people mobilizing all over this country and all over the world, I am absolutely confident that we'll be able to do that.
We need your help. And this is part of you being active in completely not reforming, but transforming our economy. Same around education. How do we transform our K through 12? How do we transform our education system in the United States as you move out into the world, become teachers, transform our school system, transform our economy, transform our healthcare system?
And I want to thank you for your leadership. I want to encourage you to continue it.
We are not talking about small steps. We're talking about transforming our society, but you can't do that without active citizens, especially young citizens who are smart and creative and energetic. Let's transform this country. Our future is now.
It's up to us to ensure that our children and their children and their children have a future on this great turtle island, our Mother Earth.
We're a stronger country when all of our country has access to opportunity. If the American dream is to become a reality, it needs to be available to everyone, regardless of where you live. That's where you guys come into play. We need you to continue to fight to build a better country. We continue to demand a change to the status quo. We need you to advocate for the type of change that can put our country back on the right path. Groups like you, the National Children's Campaign, are vital. Thank you for all you do.
I also want to thank Jonah Gottlieb, an impressive high school student who is co-founder and executive director of the National Children's Campaign. He works so hard to make sure elected officials are listening to young people and are fighting for the issues that impact their lives.
Heading into this next election, we need you to vote. We need you to get out there to organize and to lead the charge. That's why the work of the National Children's Campaign is so powerfully important. On fighting back against climate change, on preventing gun violence, and on so much more. Young people have led the way. I'm proud to be in this fight with you. Keep persisting, because that's how we'll win.
So thank you for what you're doing. Make sure you vote. Make sure everybody you know votes.
I look forward to working with you. I look forward to joining you in your activism. I look forward to following you as you lead us into a better future. All the best. Thank you.
Keep up the great work. Thank you.
So yeah, that was pretty cool. Super, again, appreciative of all of our amazing elected officials who were able to join us today and send in those messages. I promise we didn't write the scripts for those, especially the Barbara Lee part. She said that on her own. But yeah, we are super excited to have everyone, coming together, supporting America's children, because that is what we need more of. We need elected officials with the political courage to stand up for people that they know aren't allowed to vote for them, because they need to represent everyone who they, are supposed to represent, not just those who can help them win an election. That being said, we also know that young people have the power to help people win elections, because we can encourage the adults in our lives to vote. There are 74 million children in the United States, and every single one of them has adults in their lives that care about them and care about voting. And so what we need to do is make sure that all the adults when they're voting in line with their children's interests, and they're voting like they care about their kids. Same with elected officials. They can pose with kids in their campaign ads all they want, but until they're legislating like they care about kids, that doesn't really mean anything. And so we're really excited to have all these elected officials on our side in this fight with us and moving forward to fight for America's children. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be coming back in 5 minutes for a presentation from Schools for Climate Action. We'll talk to you then. Thanks, everyone, and we'll see you in a sec. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, welcome back to our National Children's Week of Action. Today we are focusing on climate and environment, and we have a great presentation for you today from Schools for Climate Action, the awesome youth leaders who work so hard to work with elected school board members, ed sector employees, teachers unions, student councils, and young leaders to pass climate action resolutions to make sure that their schools are standing up and encouraging the federal government to stand up and fight for climate action. We've passed about 120, I think, resolutions nationwide in over a dozen states in Washington, D.C., and we are so excited to keep expanding. And so watch this presentation. I think you're going to all really enjoy it. And then be sure to connect with the young people in your life and the education leaders in your life about passing a resolution in your community. And please be sure to reach out to us and to the Schools for Climate Action team about making those connections. Without further ado, here we go with the Schools for Climate Action presentation. Enjoy.
Hi, my name is Roney, and I'm the co-director of Schools for Climate Action, and we're here today to talk about a little bit about our story, share about our mission and how to pass a school board resolution, as well as the importance of our resolutions and what they can accomplish.
I'm Lila. I go to Sonoma Academy, and I am here to talk about what Schools for Climate Action does and how to get engaged.
I'm Amadea. I'm a sophomore, and I work with Schools for Climate Action and reach out to schools to pass resolutions. My name is Meagan. I'm a junior at Sonoma Academy, and I'm a youth leader at Schools for Climate Action.
So one of the big questions we ask at Schools for Climate Action is, how do you go from this? How do you go from a climate exacerbated natural disaster and climate anxiety? How do you take that and how do you turn it into this? How do you turn disaster into action? And so across the United States, there are around 75,000 school board members who have sworn an oath to protect children. That's their job, that's their purpose, that's why they do what they do. And yet, very, very few of them have actually spoken up about the climate crisis and about the importance of protecting children from the effects of the climate crisis. And so what we do at Schools for Climate Action, our mission is to energize the education sector to protect students by speaking up for climate justice.
At Schools for Climate Action, we are a grassroots, nonpartisan youth adult nationwide organization, and we empower the education sector organizations to protect our generation through climate resolutions. A resolution is a formal statement speaking on behalf of a group. It's voted on officially and signed, similar to resolutions officially passed by bodies of other elected leaders like school boards, Congress, state legislatures, etc. It sends a strong signal that says we really mean this. What the resolutions do is they drive a paradigm shift so people recognize climate change as a generational justice and equity issue. These resolutions do three things. First, the resolutions declare climate change as a generational justice issue that affects our youth for generations to come. And yet people seem to care about money more than the health of their own children. Because of the change in greenhouse gas emissions, we will have to deal with the impacts of these chemicals far longer than anyone ever conceived. These resolutions also clearly articulate the political will for all elected leaders, especially members of Congress, to support or enact policies that will combat the climate crisis. These resolutions also celebrate and expand school district responses to climate change. These resolutions help continue the conversation about the climate crisis, or start talking about it in some school districts' case. It increases the discussion of starting more recycling programs, including climate curriculum. You can only take action on something if you know what you're talking about. So it's important for school districts to teach about the climate crisis so they can be climate literate and fight for our future. These resolutions are hand-delivered to members of Congress. We then leverage these resolutions by delivering them to every member of Congress, since our resolutions are focused on urging Congress to take meaningful climate action. Your resolution can be delivered to the school board, city council, state legislature, and federal congressional members.
Student groups such as Student Council, ASB, Eco Club, and the student body can pass the climate resolution. You can use the Student Council resolution template to draft a climate action resolution. Do some research on the policies in place in your district, and be sure to personalize the information in your resolution. An entire student body in Oakland, California adopted a climate resolution by voting on it at a school assembly, and the resolution passed unanimously. By school boards. School boards have a close proximity to students and young people, as students and young people are the most affected by the climate crisis. School districts can make changes at the local level, as well as they have elected officials. And school employees are mandated reporters, which means that they have an obligation to report child neglect to the relevant authorities. Climate change is a form of child neglect because adults are neglecting the fact that children and young people suffer from climate anxiety and an unsafe environment due to climate change. Schools must tell the relevant authority, Congress, to act on climate change. So the first step in passing a climate action resolution is to go to the schoolsforclimateaction.org, which is our website. And once you click on the pass a resolution, it will show you a sample template, and you can use that to start your own resolution, or you can fill in the blanks on that resolution and template and personalize it. To pass a school board resolution, go online and find your school board's member's email address on your school district's website, or you can Google search your zip code. To pass a school board resolution, use the school board resolution template to draft a climate action resolution for your school board to pass. Be sure to personalize the resolution with information specific to your school district. Do some research on the policies already in place in your district.
You can use our school board outreach email template to draft an email to your school board members. You want to get the resolution on their radar and ask them to put it on the agenda for the next meeting. When you reach out, it's important to include anecdotes like your personal story, why you're a climate advocate, as well as talking about some of the past actions that you've taken, and talk about why you're an advocate.
If they say yes, show up to a school board meeting. See if your district is holding virtual school board meetings. Talk about why your district needs a resolution passed. Be prepared to share your personal story with school boards and about how you or someone you know has been personally impacted by climate change. If they say no or don't respond to your email, show up to a school board meeting and fill out a comment card so you can speak during the open comment. Most school boards will give 3 minutes per person or 20 minutes per group. Remember to bring printed copies of your drafted resolution or share a copy with members if it's over Zoom. Speak up during open comment portion of the meeting. Tell them exactly what the resolution does and why climate action matters to you. Ask them to put the resolution up as an agenda item at the next meeting.
If they say yes, send a follow-up email thanking them for listening to you and considering your resolution. And then speak at the meeting. If they say no, send a follow-up email and thank them for listening to you. Remind them of the effects climate change has on their students. Be persistent and engage with your school district online and show your community they are not defending your future. Keep showing up to school board meetings, either at open comment or on the agenda, and keep the pressure up. Get other people involved and contact Schools for Climate Action for support. If the resolution passes, celebrate. You've done something really important. Take some celebratory photos and pat yourselves on the back. No joke, someday you may very well tell your grandkids about this small but powerful thing you did to help stop our country's crazy march towards climate chaos. Share your resolution far and wide. Nearby student councils, school boards, state school board associations, and Schools for Climate Action. Contact the local press. Make sure it's included in your school newspaper. Blast your resolutions out via social media via every social media channel available. Now that you have passed a climate action resolution, you can ask others to do so as well. School boards won't want to let their students be the only ones to break silence on generational climate neglect. Also, contact Schools for Climate Action on ideas on how to translate your resolution into pressure on Congress to act.
So here are a couple of tips that we have for your advocacy. So tip number 1 is to use your resolution to open doors. What we mean by that is that this resolution isn't just a piece of paper. It's also your ticket into having a meeting with your congressional representative. It's also, it gives you an item for your meeting agenda. It gives you a purpose to meet with them. And it gives you kind of an outline for this meeting. And you can say, here are a bunch of people, here are a bunch of your constituents that really want you and are pressuring you to speak up about climate action and about the importance of it. And this will open doors because when you have a professional, formal document, they're going to take you really seriously, and they're going to take a step back and say, wow, maybe these are people we should listen to. And they're going to see how dedicated you are how dedicated you are about enacting meaningful climate action. And so tip number 2 is that in-person meetings and one-on-one connections matter. So I know right now you can't really have in-person meetings because of the coronavirus, but you can still make meaningful one-on-one connections. And so what we mean by that is you can strike up an email correspondence with someone in the office of your congressional representative or with a local elected official. You can reach out to them. You can talk to them about this resolution, talk to them about your story, about why it's important, talk about all the things that make you an advocate. And that leads us right into tip number 3, which is to tell your personal story. That is one of the most important, that's one of the most important pieces of advice we can give, is to tell your personal story, because not only is it engaging and informative, it also builds a connection. It builds that personal connection with whoever you're talking to, whether that's an elected official, whether that's someone at an allied organization, whether that's a teacher, school board member. If you share your personal story, they're going to want to listen, they're going to want to learn more. And it makes them, even if they have differing beliefs than you, even if it's, for example, a conservative member of Congress, if you're meeting with them, if you're talking about why this is important to you, if you're talking about how the climate crisis has impacted you, that is really powerful, and that's going to make them want to listen. And even if you disagree on some issues, on some policy issues, they're going to recognize that you are there and you're genuine and you really want to talk to them and you really want to share your story. And tip number 4 is to work with allied organizations. Not only are allied organizations a great resource for them to share their connections and help leverage your resolutions and help you create even broader systemic change. You can also work with allied organizations to encourage them to pass their own climate resolutions and call on Congress to take immediate climate action. Because these national and state education organizations, that is who Congress and congressional representatives and policymakers and legislators, that's who they go to when they're getting information, when they're making these policies and they're creating legislature. That is who they're getting their information about, and that's how they're making these, that's how they're informing themselves about these policies. And so if climate change isn't mentioned in the information available, that just allows members of Congress to continue their silence on the climate crisis and to continue to neglect children. So here are some pictures from our advocacy summit in DC. So in March of 2019, we wanted to leverage all of our resolutions at once. So we brought over 200 people together in DC for our summit, and we hand delivered all of our resolutions to all 541 members of Congress. We brought together a panel of experts. We had student speakers. We worked together with members of Congress, and we invited them there to show them the power of these resolutions, show them the power of our mission and the power of the education sector. So here we have our panel of experts and some pictures of the student speakers that shared their stories at the summit. And here we have some of the Alice Deal middle schoolers. We worked with a local middle school to help deliver all the resolutions. It helps them become more engaged with Schools for Climate Action, as well as gave them experience walking into these offices and showing them that it's really not as scary and as foreboding as it sounds to walk into the office of your congressional representative. It's actually fairly easy, and it's actually a really great experience to learn because their job is to serve you and to help protect you. And so just to show the power of these resolutions, I'll talk a little bit about Harlan Quintana, who passed a resolution at Santa Fe Indian School, his school in New Mexico, in 2019. So here is a picture of the first page of the resolution. And so he passed a student council climate action resolution, and he traveled to DC to help share his story, to talk about the importance of these resolutions and why it's so important to him and his community. Here he is talking about these resolutions and sharing the process. And he actually was able to meet with his congressional representative, Representative Ben Ray Lujan, and he got to talk about why he thinks it's so important that Representative Lujan speak up about the climate crisis and participate in taking in climate action. And shortly after this meeting and attending our summit, Representative Lujan endorsed the Green New Deal. And while Schools for Climate Action doesn't endorse any specific pieces of legislation, as we are nonpartisan, we do support broad climate action of any kind, and we really support Representative Lujan's commitment to making climate action such a priority. And in an interview, he actually referenced meeting Harlan and hearing his story. He singled him out as one of the reasons that he ended up endorsing the Green New Deal and taking more immediate climate action.
Our resolutions open doors to meet directly with congressional offices. Here we're meeting with a staff member from Rep. Barbara Lee's office, delivering 5 school districts and a few student council climate resolutions to her district. Rep. Lee is already a climate champion and demands climate action from Congress. She was really impressed with our resolution process and the civic engagement of our students. She asked if we would work with her to draft a resolution supporting the teaching of climate change in schools, and we went back and forth over the summer to draft a strong resolution declaring climate change a generational justice issue. We were invited to introduce it on the steps of Capitol Hill in September during the week of Greta Thunberg's DC visit and the September Youth Climate Strike. A couple of our team members spoke for a few minutes at an organized press conference. This resolution process led to actual legislation written by students to be introduced into the House. This proves that these resolutions are more than just pieces of paper. They can really have an impact on policy and steps towards climate action on a bigger scale. So pass a resolution in your community today. You can go to the Schools for Climate Action website, and if you have any questions, you can email the empower@schoolsforclimateaction.org.
Thank you so much for being a part of this presentation today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of National Children's Week.
So thank you to those amazing students presenting on the Schools for Climate Action initiative of the National Children's Campaign. We are so excited to have so many resolutions passed and so many great students working around the country on these resolutions. Be sure to get involved yourself, pass a resolution in your school, in your community, in your school district, and make sure that your school is doing everything possible. The teachers who have sworn to serve you are doing everything possible to make sure that you have a future on a livable planet. And so with that, we are going to put a pause on the live stream. We will resume at 7 o'clock Eastern time tonight, 4 o'clock Pacific, for the final panel of the day, which is the Our Future, Our Fight teaser and panel on that. So please join us for that in a couple hours. We will see you then. Thank you all so much for watching, and see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our National Children's Day, National Children's Week of action. We're very excited for one final event today, one final digital experience for all of you, and we're grateful that you all are tuning back in. Before we go to that, we have a special video message from one of our great supporters and a true champion for children, Rafi.
Hello, I'm Rafi, and I want to say that making children and youth a priority in our lives not only enriches us, but it brings forth the very best in them and the dreams that they have for their future, for their contribution to society. Speaking of futures, how about those climate strikers? I was so impressed and inspired by Greta Thunberg and millions of other climate strikers that I wrote and recorded a song called Young People Marching. Hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, and so we are very grateful to Rafi. He's provided us with one of his new songs, Young People Marching.
There is no middle ground when it comes to the climate and ecological emergency.
Young people marching, striking for climate. Millions and millions of young people marching, marching for our planet, marching for their lives. Young people speaking their truth to power. The science is clear, it's late in the hour for climate action, reducing GHGs. Decades of lies, decades of denial, turned up the heat, engulfed us in fire. Decades of obstruction, though people knew better, caused this climate emergency, and we gotta set ourselves free of this climate emergency. Climate emergency. Young people dreaming a clean new economy, a green new deal, keeping it real. Young people calling out Extinction Rebellion. Greta Thunberg in Sweden got everybody started. Now millions are marching the whole world over. Young people marching, marching for our lives. Decades of lies, decades of denial, turned up the heat, engulfed us in fire. Decades of obstruction, though people knew better, caused this climate emergency. Now we gotta set ourselves free of this climate emergency. Climate emergency. Young people marching, striking for climate. Millions and millions of young people marching, marching for our planet. They're marching for our lives. Young people marching, they're marching for our lives.
We're so grateful to Rafi for sharing that with us and for his years of being a steadfast champion for children. And so grateful that he was able to close out our last day of our last event for National Children's Week, the first day from Monday, last climate environment event of the day. We are now going to turn it over to Our Future, Our Fight, which is a new film project that we are working on with Principal Pictures, centering the youth climate activists who are leading the fight and the climate scientists who are backing them up. And so it's a 10-part docuseries. I'm fortunate enough to be featured in the pilot episode, and so we have a special teaser for the show here. So I'm going to turn it over to Beth Murphy, who is the director, and she will be facilitating this panel. So without further ado, I give you Our Future, Our Fight.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Our Future, Our Fight panel that's part of the National Children's Campaign live stream for National Children's Week. I'm Beth Murphy, the founder of Principal Pictures. We are a media company and impact company based in Boston, and we do all kinds of documentaries and news reports, podcasts, photography, all with the goal of using media as an engine for social change. I want to introduce our fantastic panel in just a little bit, but first want to share with you why we are gathered here. We're here to talk about the power of youth activism as it relates to climate change and this new series that I've mentioned, Our Future, Our Fight, which is a film and podcast series that aims to shed light on the young people who are making waves on Capitol Hill and in all types of settings in order to protect their futures on our planet. I want to share with you, before we get started, the trailer for Our Future, Our Fight. Here it is.
My name's Jonah Gottlieb, and I've got a big job ahead of me, saving the planet.
Climate change is not a lie! Do not let our planet die!
These young people, they already recycle. They use metal straws instead of plastic, but they realize that is not enough.
For more than 30 years, the science has been crystal clear. How dare you continue to look away?
It's really so fitting that our generation is the one doing the most shouting and protesting in the streets, because we're the ones that are going to be the most impacted by it.
You're looking at a scene that is probably reminiscent of hell.
A firestorm just swept through my community. Trapped in that house with 30 people, fans and air filters just going 24/7. I started writing a letter to my congressman, just like, hey, what the hell? Like, do something. Soon I'll be headed down to Brazil to meet climate scientists who are studying fires in the Amazon and compare those with fires in my home state of California.
Equally important for people who work on the science side of things to have voices like yours to get the message out there and motivate people to do something about this.
He never sleeps. If he's not going to sleep, it's much better this than drugs.
This youth-led movement of people from around the world taking action. That's what's going to get us through this. And the science says we can do it.
The Our Future, Our Fight film and podcast series is in the early stages of production, and I hope a little bit of our foundational ethos came through in our trailer, and that is adults got us into this mess, and kids are very much part of the solution for getting us out of it. With that, I'd like to go ahead and introduce our panel. Joining me today are 3 of the youth activists and 1 very hardworking scientist who are featured in our first season of Our Future, Our Fight. And welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being a part of this panel discussion today. I really appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having us.
So I'd love to have you, if you can start, I'd like you to introduce yourselves, share a little bit about your motivations for doing this work. And Jonah, why don't you go ahead and get us started?
Sure. So hi, everyone. My name's Jonah Gottlieb. I am 18 and I'm from Petaluma, California. And I'm the co-founder and executive director of the National Children's Campaign. So what we do is make sure that all Americans, regardless of whether they're old enough to vote, are represented and supported by our government and by our elected officials, and make sure that everyone is making sure that they are voting and legislating and participating in society like they care about kids, and making sure that America's 74 million children are our #1 priority as a nation. And so, so excited to be joining this panel as a part of National Children's Week, and so grateful to everyone else who's been able to tune in to all our National Children's Week panels today and throughout the rest of the week. So be sure to keep watching, and so grateful to be on this panel, like I said, with all these amazing guests for Our Future, Our Fight.
Thank you.
Hey everyone. Thank you. My name is Juaria Jama. I'm a 16-year-old organizer from Minneapolis, Minnesota. I currently serve as the state lead for the Minnesota Climate Strike. The Minnesota Climate Strike is a chapter under U.S. Youth Climate Strike, and we work a lot with advocacy and organizing with the youth across Minnesota. We are separated into 10 chapters that are based on regions. So we have a Twin Cities chapter, Southwestern Minnesota chapter, things like that, where each chapter focuses on their local issues and tries to uplift the youth in that area. Aside from that, I also represent Congressional District 5 on the Minnesota Youth Council, and there we are a legislative youth council, so we get to work closely with the legislators during the legislative session on pushing youth bills and advocating for youth across our states. I echo what Jonah said. I'm really excited to be a part of this, and I'll pass it on to Ethan.
Hi, my name is Ethan Vandeveer. I'm a 13-year-old Turkish-American climate activist from Washington, D.C. I have worked with several organizations, including the National Children's Campaign, Schools for Climate Action, 0 Hour, the U.S. Youth Climate Strike, and I will be forming my own organization this summer called SOS Action, so be on the lookout for that.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Marcia Macedo.
Hi, I'm Marcia Macedo. I am a Brazilian-American scientist at the Woods Hole Research Center, also the director of our water program. And my specialty is in tropical ecosystems, mostly in the Amazon. But the Woods Hole Research Center is a climate science research institute. We like to say we're a think and do tank, and we do climate science all around the world, from the Amazon to the Arctic and everywhere in between. Trying to understand how climate change is affecting natural ecosystems and people, and how both of those things can be part of the solution. I'm looking forward to this conversation.
Thank you very, very much. I'd like to start by acknowledging this just incredible moment that we're living through right now, with protests happening all over the world that are calling for justice for George Floyd, and so many others who have been abused because of systemic racism in our country and in other places. And I'm curious, for those of you who have been on the front lines already of calling for systemic change, for action, and other socioeconomic issues, how has that work prepared you for this moment, and how do you think it has helped to galvanize action right now? I'd love to hear what you have to say about that.
Yeah, so I can start us off. So I live in Minneapolis, where the riots and protests have started, and I think that this time just really showed us the intersection between climate change and racism, and the way that everything, the racist institution, how all of it just affects everyone around us. Because a lot of the stuff in Minneapolis, with the water quality, the air quality, a lot of it is because of racism, institutionalized racism. And a lot of youth that have been fighting on it, we are like the forefront of it because we live in these areas that are segregated. We live in these areas where there's a lot of pollution already happening that disproportionately affects our own communities. So I think right now it's just been a really important time for us to tie together how environmental like inequities tie into systematic racism. And because we've been like, especially for Minnesota Climate Strike, our Twin Cities chapter, we've been targeting things like HERC, incinerators that are in Minneapolis that disproportionately affect communities of color. We've been targeting those for almost a full year now. And because of that organizing where we've been having to do a lot of direct actions like sit-ins and things like that, it kind of prepared us for this time to kind of go into larger actions, bigger strikes across the state. And we've just been really able to like see the intersections and show how important it is to uplift so many different issues because they all really tie back to racism in a lot of our systems.
I mean, environmental racism is very real. And, you know, there have been a number of reports that have come out recently that are linking higher rates of COVID infection to communities where air quality is poorest. And I know, I mean, air quality is something, and air pollution is something that you've been very focused on in Minneapolis.
Yeah, so I live in North Minneapolis, which is the opposite side of where like the protests and everything started happening. And the area that I live in, there are factories that you can see like right outside of my window, everything just like right here because it's a community filled with BIPOC, a bunch of brown and Black people live here, and especially youth are like most directly affected. So it's a lot different than like what's happening like central Minneapolis and like South Minneapolis. So yeah, the disproportions are like really evident.
And you know, as I mentioned, you know, COVID-19 has really laid bare for all to see these social and economic inequities that exist in our society.
I'll add that in Brazil has really been, you know, it sort of mirrors the situation in the United States. It's really become incredibly clear that the most vulnerable populations, people of color, indigenous people, are the ones that are suffering from COVID-19 the most, lack of access to healthcare, and so forth. And there are some ties back to air quality as well, because we're seeing deforestation go up, which usually means large-scale fires, and we're expecting a lot of smoke and kind of intersecting smoke with, you know, poor air quality with the COVID crisis is probably gonna create a lot of problems in the coming months.
Yeah, we've also seen that in my community because of all the fires that have happened in Northern California. Some of my friends who have lung damage specifically caused by the fires and by the smoke are now at increased risk of being infected and being seriously harmed due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Because they've been compromised medically because of something connected to climate change.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What I hear you saying here is that, you know, when you're fighting for climate justice, you're not doing that in a box. These things aren't siloed. When you're fighting for, you know, you're fighting for justice on many fronts simultaneously, and that's really it's a very beautiful thing about the work, and it's also something that I imagine makes it feel pretty daunting at times.
Yeah, and I'd just like to add to that. That's a good point, because, you know, a lot of times people see issues. In fact, like often presidential debates are formatted in, okay, we're going to talk about this issue, now we're going to talk about this issue, and now we're going to talk about this issue. The truth is, impact doesn't work like that, right? The issues, they affect each other, and we need to understand that right now. Like, for example, COVID-19 is not too different from climate change in the way that part of the reason COVID-19 was caused was because of a consequence due to climate change.
Jonah, how do you see these things intersecting also in your work?
Yeah, so I mean, there's no such thing as a one-issue activist or a one-issue candidate or anything like that, because that's not how humanity works. You know, I can, you know, save the planet, from climate change and then be shot in a school shooting. Like, we don't have the luxury to, focus on one thing. And we see how these different, seemingly different issues are interacting with each other every day, as we've seen with, the coronavirus pandemic and environmental racism and pollution. And then with the protests, which are just, in part fueled by this knowledge around the country and around the world that Black and brown communities are at increased risk, not just of police violence, but of environmental violence and, health impacts from that. And so we've definitely seen that, no matter what, issue we're focused on one issue, and that's saving people's lives, protecting people's lives, and bettering people's lives, especially for the youngest and most vulnerable people in our society.
How has the pandemic and the social distancing required because of it impacted your activism?
Yeah, so I think National Children's Week is a great example of that. Obviously, we're doing all these events online instead of in person. Our plan had been to be, in Washington, D.C., lobbying on the Hill and bringing thousands of activists into the halls of Congress. And so, we still think we're having an impact and, really being able to, make sure that around the country is still listening.
Hi everyone, we're having a bit of a technical difficulty. I'm going to try just re-uploading that video. So hang tight and we'll be back on the stream in one moment.
National Children's Week is a great example of that. Obviously, we're doing all these events online instead of in person. Our plan had been to be, in Washington, D.C., lobbying on the Hill and bringing thousands of activists into the halls of Congress. And so, we still think we're having an impact and, really being able to, make sure that everyone around the country is still listening to us. But Act and the CARES Act.
Because of it impacted your activism?
Yeah, so I think National Children's Week is a great example of that. Obviously, we're doing all these events online instead of in person. Our plan had been to be, in Washington, D.C., lobbying on the Hill and bringing thousands of activists into the halls of Congress. And so, we still think we're having an impact and, really being able to, make sure that everyone around the country is still listening to us. But, we had hoped to do that in person. And so some other things that we've been doing now is specific lobbying on things like the HEROES Act and the CARES Act and the Rewind Act, which is talking about fossil fuels in the stimulus packages, and all these things that are related to the coronavirus pandemic. And for the first time ever, we've been able to do all these congressional meetings and meet with the House and Senate leadership via Zoom, which before just wasn't allowed. You just had to be there in person. So in a way, the coronavirus pandemic has made things more accessible, because me in California and my team spread around the country is able to participate in lobby meetings from our own bedrooms instead of having to fly to Washington, D.C. and go to these meetings in person. And so it's really provided us an opportunity to get young people a seat at the table and making sure that we're, fighting for things like education funding and children's health benefits in these coronavirus relief packages, and making sure that our generation is fought for and supported by our government. And so that's, definitely our activism has shifted, but hopefully we're able, because we're moving things online, even after the pandemic is over, we'll be more adept at using the internet and using digital organizing to include as many people as possible, so that this movement can be accessible for everyone.
And Ethan, how are things impacting your development? I'd love to hear a little bit more about the organization you're starting this summer, SOS, and how the events of the world have had an impact on you getting started.
Yeah, for me, it's definitely made it harder. I just overall, school getting in the way at first, and then now it just, for me, personal connection is very important. Being able to see people is important. At the same time, now being able to, because we're making digital digital connections and social media are our first step. When the lockdowns go down, that is going to be a great tool for us to use, basically, as SOS Action grows, and we kind of get back into more of the outside when it comes to marching and lobbying, etc. I mean, yeah.
And Joeria, you've been coming together with people from across the country during this time as well. And I'm curious, I mean, being out of school, being home from school, and having a little bit more control over your schedule, has it increased the amount of climate action work that you're able to do during the day because you have a little bit more flexibility?
Yeah, it definitely has. I think everything has just been a lot different. It's kind of like what Jonah was saying. It's been a lot more accessible. People are learning how to use Zoom better, how to use a lot more different apps, and how to stay connected, which has been really helpful. But we're also trying to find out ways to uplift other issues, because right now with the entire COVID pandemic, but also with the protests and things going on across the country, there's just so many different things to focus on. So we're just trying to find balances of how to uplift one issue without losing focus of the other. So yeah, it's definitely has been more accessible, but it's been hard just trying to find balances between so many different things.
One of the things that really inspired us to start the Our Future, Our Fight series and to pair youth activists with climate scientists were the words of Greta Thunberg, who said, don't listen to me, listen to the scientists. And Marcia, I'm curious, what does it mean for your work and for the science, bigger aside, for all scientists who are working on climate change issues, to have this kind of, this infusion of youth voices and momentum and activism to really, shed a light on the science that's happening in the field?
It's fundamental. I mean, it's incredibly important. I think, I'm obviously very passionate about science and because I think it can provide some clarity and some facts about kind of what's going on and all of that. But at the end of the day, if you can't connect with people and motivate them to act, it doesn't mean anything. And I found that just seeing the impact of youth activism and working with Jonah for the little bit of time that I've known him, it's just incredibly powerful. And it's nice to have people feel inspired that change is possible. And I think you bring that energy. People of my generation and older sometimes feel a bit jaded about sort of our capacity to make change in the world. And you guys have done amazing things. So keep at it.
So to give a little bit more information about how this will kind of play out in the series, the goal is for each of the climate activists to travel into the field with a scientist who is working on something that is kind of near and dear to your hearts and maybe is connected to the reason that you were inspired to become activists in the first place. And so, so Jonah and Marcia, who will be featured in the first episode of the first season, their connection is around the connection between, fires and climate change, both in the United States and Jonah's backyard and in Brazil, where Marcia is doing her research. And so when when travel is possible again, the plan is to film together in Brazil, and Jonah will be seeing firsthand the research that Marcia and her team are doing in the Brazilian Amazon, which will be really exciting. Jonah, maybe you can share a little bit about how you think that will, what does it mean to you to be able to, what do you want to get out of it? What do you want to take away, do you think, from that experience of becoming more grounded in the science? Why is that important to you?
Yeah, so for me, my entire, ethos and, reason I do this work is because the scientists are telling us that there is still stuff that we can do to prevent the greatest impacts of the climate crisis. Like the second that Marcia and her peers come back to me and say, it's hopeless, the world is ending, it's done, I'm going to give up, right? Because there's no point. But the science, the empirical data is telling us, yes, we can do this, we can save the planet, and we can, all come together and make a difference if we act now. And so that's why I do this work. And I think that that's really, what unites every single climate activist is the, belief in the science and belief that, yes, we know the climate is changing because these people who have dedicated their lives to learning about it and studying it have said this and believe this and know this. And so I'm really looking forward to going down to Brazil, to meet, get to know Marcia a little better, and then also, meet all the other folks she's working with. And really to understand more of the actual, how to talk about science and how to use that, more effectively in my work, but then also how to make sure that I'm uplifting every single part of what they're working on to make sure that we're using, our platforms as activists to make the scientists, ideas and studies and reports as known and as widely disseminated as possible.
Joeria and Ethan, is there anything that you would like to share about also, eventually heading into the field and seeing science in action and how that might elevate the work that you're doing?
Well, I feel like, since I was pretty young, I've always just relied on the science for a lot of things I would do. I've always been interested in the science, and I've always tried to use science and research to my advantage because, a well-informed opinion is better than just a plain uninformed opinion, right? And I think it would be interesting to go into those labs to see my, my interest in science and the research and kind of where it happens, seeing the scientists. I think it would definitely be a good thing because as we're in our last few years to act before climate change will be inevitable, you can't not do it without science. You can't not do it without activism. It's got to be a little bit of everything, right?
Yeah, and I think for a lot of us activists, we believe the science, we know that it exists, but we haven't seen it play out in person. So I think really just being able to go there, see it in person, and be able to bring back that same knowledge into our communities and to also just present the facts to people that don't know it will be really, really interesting and really cool to see happen.
In the circles in which you all travel, would you say that climate anxiety is real?
Definitely. And I think it's not even just the activist circles, but it's just our entire generation. And so, yes, obviously activists are a little more in tune with that because we have a greater understanding of the climate crisis and its ramifications, especially for our generation. But I think that every single person our age, is feeling anxiety about the future and, whether whether the planet will be safe and habitable for, our future children and grandchildren, or even us later in life. And, right before the pandemic ended, I was speaking to a class of, freshmen and sophomores in high school. And the topic that kept coming up was, these people a few years younger than me, thinking about and already trying to make decisions about whether it was ethical for them to have children. And the fact that these, young children, younger than me, are already making these decisions and planning out their entire lives based on this global crisis is just terrifying. And I don't think that adults are understanding that. But fortunately, over 90% of people in our generation believe that the climate crisis is real and believe that we have to do something about it. And that's obviously much higher than every other generation. And that's because, many of us have already felt the impacts or know that we will be impacted. So we don't have a choice to just ignore it. And so I think, especially in my community in Sonoma County, because we've already been impacted by the fires so many times and have gone through that, there's the climate anxiety about stuff that might be years in the future about, the economic and, environmental impacts of the climate crisis and of rising sea levels and things like that. But then there's also the fear, that comes, right around this time and lasts until, mid-November when it starts raining for the first time. Is this the weekend that that the fires are gonna start again? Are these the huge winds, today that are gonna be the ones that cause this massive firestorm? Is this the fire that's gonna, burn down my school? And so having those, dual, mental health issues of the fear of losing your community now and the fear of losing your future in the years to come is, I think, super, super meaningful and really misunderstood and not at all appreciated by a lot of people who aren't in our generation because they've just never had to deal with things like this.
Yeah. And I'd just like to add, our generation and specifically, I just want to touch on something about specifically people in, say middle school or early elementary school who are just learning about this. We already have a lot of other things that we're stressed about and we're thinking about, and it's an interesting time for us anyway. And then in addition, we find ourselves thinking about our adulthood, our future in a different way than that generations before, in the way that it's not what will I do, it's will I do it at all. And for us, we're supposed to be focusing on schoolwork, getting ready for high school, right? And just, but instead we're looking ahead and we have big imaginations. We're looking 60, 70 years later. And, I feel that, it's very much of a thing in our generation and also my age group, right? But I also feel like to any 12, 13, 11, 10-year-old out there who's just not sure what to make out of pretty much, relating to kind of some of the things that I went through, I would definitely say yes, looking ahead, because we have to worry about our adulthood right now, but also after you do that, bring it back to now, 2020. It's not 2030, right? We still have 10 years. We still have time to act. So now in our childhood, it's important that we step up and take action, become an activist, right? And even though we're just 12, 13, so what?
Well, I think it's clear from the impact you're already having that, as I said at the beginning, adults got us into this mess and young people are going to get us out of it. And, each one of you is already having an incredible impact, and not only with your individual action, but the way that you're really building community around this, and inspiring other people to get involved and really playing a leadership role. So yeah, it's remarkable, and I have no doubt in your ability to find solutions. It doesn't mean it's definitely not easy, but you're motivated by the right things, and we're already seeing the gains that you're making, which is really exciting. One of the things that I wanted to talk about, there's this sense that COVID the pandemic has given Mother Nature, a breather, and has been good for the planet. And we've seen, a lot of pictures of, pollution lifted, and other things. And while in the moment that's wonderful, but probably not sustainable. And the sense that things are going to go back to the way that they were. But what has that breathing room shown you?
So what it's actually shown me is that we were completely right. Individual action is not enough, and we need systemic change. Because even while, the majority of people around the world have been inside their homes and, not driving, not using as much resources as they normally would, emissions have still gone up. And so there have been several studies that have shown that even during this pandemic, emissions have still gone up and the climate crisis has worsened. And so what that shows is that it's not as simple as everyone, recycling or choosing to not drive as much. We have to change the entire system that's so reliant on fossil fuels and on plastic and on all these chemicals that are harming the environment, because the pandemic has shown that anything else, even a massive global effort towards, personal sustainability, is not going to cut it.
So in my opinion, I feel that while sure in a lot of places we're seeing reports how air quality is getting better, even though that, like Jonah said, emissions are going up, I still think that COVID is kind of a little bit of a time waster, in the sense that, of course, when you have a pandemic, you got to focus on that, right? The problem is that we have lost a lot of precious time when it comes to legislation. So I feel that, yes, even though this can be seen as a breather in some parts of climate change, we have also lost some time, to act.
I'll say that for my part, one tiny silver lining is that while I think Jonah's right, and Ethan, that we need to act now. We can't waste any time, and systemic change is needed. I think that we've all had to pivot and completely change the way we do things, overnight, and things that we never imagined were possible in terms of connectivity or like stopping travel or any of these things happened, and so I hope that what that means is that it takes away some of the excuses that we used about, oh no, we can't do it that quickly, we can't get everybody to change the way they live, overnight, because clearly we can. We just have to choose to do it, and so that's my hope, is that we actually do choose to do it.
Yeah, I agree. I think the pandemic just showed like there's so many solutions. We just have to go out and look for it. In Minnesota specifically, our State Board of Investments decided to divest from coal a few weeks into COVID, which is a small accomplishment, but it just shows us that like with the impacts of COVID and just seeing how like unsustainable the oil industry and the coal industry and things like that are, we can go push for like sustainable energy.
Picking up on what you shared about the divestment in fossil fuels, that was really a direct result of some actions that you were helping to lead with the Minnesota Youth Climate Strike.
Yeah, I'm just going to touch on that again. We've been working for a divestment for a few months now. We've attended a lot of their the SBI meetings and things like that, just calling and just like showing the science about how unsustainable it was to be investing in coal and oil and things like that. But they just didn't really agree with us, and it really took a few months later into COVID, just showing like how much important it was to divest, and then they finally started to slowly move away from that and into renewable energy. So it really does show that like solutions are possible. We just have to push for it.
What the pandemic has also revealed is just how unsustainable the fossil fuel industry is in terms of what just bad economic sense it means for, to do it. Fossil fuels were trading in a negative at the beginning of the pandemic, and still what the Trump administration has decided to do is just they created a $50 billion slush fund for fossil fuel companies, and when money could have been going to workers and schools and hospitals and other groups that really need the money during the pandemic. And so we've seen there's a Bloomberg report that came out a few weeks ago that showed that there are dozens of fossil fuel companies who are just abusing this fund meant for small businesses who are struggling during the pandemic. There's one group who applied for $9 billion to cover their bankruptcy and COVID-related costs, and then the next day paid $9.7 million to their executives in bonuses. And so we've seen this abuse that's been aided and abetted and actively, promoted by the Trump administration and by the Secretary of the Interior, and these GOP allies on the Hill. And it's just showing that the fossil fuel industry can only survive if it's being propped up by our government. And so if we take this money that right now we're just pouring into this dying industry and invest it in clean manufacturing and green manufacturing and climate solutions, then we can easily get through this and come together and implement these solutions that we so desperately need. We just need the political will to be there and our elected officials to have the courage to not be in the pockets of their fossil fuel donors.
As we begin to wrap up today, I just want to thank all of you so much for participating, and I'd love to close by having you share just maybe some wisdom, thinking about young people who are out there who want to get involved, aren't quite sure what to do. What advice do you have for them?
Guess I can hop in first. Keep watching panels like these. Throughout National Children's Week, we have over 20 online events talking about a number of issues. So if you're passionate about climate, you can get involved in a climate organization in your local area, whether that's a climate strike chapter or whether that's another organization. You can get if you're passionate about another issue, you can get involved. And if you're passionate about a bunch of issues or even just one, you can get involved with the National Children's Campaign, because we focus on one issue, and that's for fighting for our generation. And so as long as there's an issue that impacts kids in some way, we're going to be fighting for it, and we've got a place for you in this movement. And so continue tuning in and educating yourself on all these issues and how to get in throughout National Children's Week. And then you can go to nationalchildrenscampaign.org and sign up and be a part of our team and get involved and get organized, whether in your local community or on the national and international level.
My biggest advice, if you want to get plugged in, is to start locally. Join a local community organization that works on environmental issues or climate justice issues, because starting locally is the most important step. You can do a lot of things locally for your local city or your local state. It goes a really long way.
Yeah, I would definitely say starting local is very good. If you have a lot of ideas, specifically, for example, action, go to city council and propose it. Write it up, get your school to sign on and propose it. Right now, it's also very important to make sure to be informed, because the time we live in also teaches us a lot of lessons, a lot of life lessons that we pretty much need as humanity right now, as our governments are becoming more fraud and we're caring less about anything other than ourselves. I also think, do some research. Find some organizations specifically, if you're interested in climate strikes and climate change. Go to Fridays for our future.org. You can find the map, and it has all you can find a strike near you, and you can go. Obviously, you can't do that right now, but for now, again, stay informed, find your passion, find your power, really.
Great advice.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just echo all of that. I mean, I think starting locally, volunteering with local organizations, getting the adults in your life outside and interested in these issues, and getting them to vote above all. I think is huge. Also, and yeah.
As a part of National Children's Week, we're pushing our vote tripling initiative. And so if you're an adult, please register to vote and then encourage 2 people in your life to do the same. And if you're a kid, because you can't vote, you got to encourage 3 people in your life to do the same. And then actively be talking to them about the issues that impact your life, so that when they're voting, they're thinking about you. And, adults, you're thinking about the kids in your life. And so you vote like your kids live here. Make sure that, when you're casting a ballot, you're doing it with our future in mind.
And for those of you watching who would like to learn more about all of the issues that the National Children's Campaign is fighting for, you can go to nationalchildrenscampaign.org. And if you are a youth activist, a climate activist, or a gun control activist, you name it. If you're fighting for social justice in some way and you would like to have your story shared as part of the documentary series or the podcast series, Our Future, Our Fight, we would love for you to be in touch. You can reach us at principalpics, principlepiccs@gmail.com. Thank you so much to all the wonderful panelists. It was great talking with you. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Beth. See you next time.
See you.
Thank you so much for having us.
Bye.
What a great way to end our first full day of National Children's Week events. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Before we go, just a few final things. A reminder to check out the Movement for Black Lives, their upcoming day of action this Juneteenth. So June 19th, that's this Friday. Reminder also to check out our podcast, Our Future Now, wherever you get your podcasts. A big special thanks to all of our partners for all this. You've seen many of them on the stream today, and more will be featured throughout the week. So we are so grateful to have them. And last but not least, be sure to tune back in tomorrow. Check our social media for the full list of events. We'll see you tomorrow. We have panels on education, on COVID-19, on environmental racism, on fighting for workers and their families. And it's all coming here, courtesy of National Children's Campaign and our amazing partners. We will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much, and have a great day. Bye-bye.